Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound.
At the commencement of our sitting, let us be still. Please take your seats. Just before I introduce the first item, which is member statements, just like to remind members that on Friday we had the first ever Disabled Persons Parliament, and we understand that that is not only in these islands but far beyond. In fact, there's no record of any of the other parliamentary institutions having held such a Disabled Persons Parliament. So I think I would like to commend all those people involved, particularly our own senior officials, working with those disabled persons themselves and their representative organisations to make sure that Friday was a very, very successful day for those people involved. And I would, as I say, I'd like to commend and thank our officials for working with empathy and professionalism to deliver that event. Certainly the feedback that we received from those who attended and spoke and their representatives, they were all very, very pleased at how it went and look forward to an outcome further down the line from the Assembly and the Executive. Just wanted to put that on the record. My thanks to all those involved. So the first item on the order paper, members, is a member statement. And if members wish to be called to make a statement, they should do so by continually rising in their places. Those members who are called will have up to 3 minutes to make their statement. Members are reminded the statement will not be subject to debate or questioning. Interventions are not taken, and I will not take points of order on this or any other matter until the item of business has finished. And we have And I call Carolyn Killen.
I'm speaking today on behalf of a number of constituents who have contacted me regarding the lack of data collected on secondary breast cancer. I want to thank them and acknowledge their commitment and their drive to ensure that conditions and much needed support are better for those women, and majority now, and indeed all those in the future. In England and Wales, they've recently announced that they will fund a metastatic breast cancer audit to collate information on the number of people living with secondary breast cancer. In recent communications with the Minister of Health, Minister Swan indicated that he had no specific plan for an audit and that the issues of data collection, coordination and application is being addressed as a central focus of the draft 10-year cancer strategy. This, of course, is very disappointing news for patients across the North and indeed the island who are experiencing metastatic breast cancer and who feel that they've often been excluded and may face delays in accessing any treatment or any specialist assistance that they will need. Macmillan, according to them, secondary breast cancer is always at stage 4 diagnosis, which can be treated but is incurable. The Breast Cancer Now consultation reveals that those living with secondary cancers suffer from extreme anxiety and uncertainty, and we owe all cancer patients across the North optimal care. We do not have a breast cancer audit for metastatic breast cancer, and we need to access reliable data. It is more difficult without this to design and plan for services in an informed way, and it will allow us, if one is achieved, to provide patients with the support they need. So, I'm asking the Minister to reconsider his position so that we can tailor our cancer services and treatment for all patients facing this health crisis and give them hope that they so rightly deserve. Cormac.
Thank you. And I call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today to highlight an issue of great concern that will affect the vast majority of pharmacies and hundreds, if not thousands, of people should resolution not be found. According to Community Pharmacy NI, around 37,000 patients in Northern Ireland currently receive the service of weekly medicine dose trays and other similar adherence devices. These trays, sorted by pharmacy staff every week, help many vulnerable and elderly patients correctly manage their daily medication. And due to increasing workload, not least due to vaccinations, as well as mounting financial and staffing pressures on the sector, a large majority of pharmacy owners have recently voted to no longer provide the monitored dosage system and similar compliance aids to new patients beyond 1st of September 2021. The service has been underfunded and overstretched to the point that many new patients may be unable to access it until a settlement can be found with the department. And I would point out at this point that a new patient is not just a new patient in the true sense of that word, but also a patient who may be in hospital and discharged with a new prescription. Last week, Gerard Green, Chief Executive of Community Pharmacy NI, said that as part of this service we have been assisting patients, often those who are elderly, to safely manage their medicines at home and in the community, reducing the need for patients to be transferred to other settings, such as hospitals. It is worrying that by not commissioning this service, there could be additional and avoidable hospital pressures. Our community pharmacy sector and patients who rely on these services deserve to have it properly commissioned and appropriately funded by the Department of Health. We cannot allow the situation to drag on without resolution. New patients, particularly many vulnerable individuals coming onto the system, will require the support to better manage their medicines at home and in the community. Our community pharmacies have never been busier, remaining open to the public throughout the pandemic and now on the front line administering thousands of COVID-19 vaccinations. We cannot thank those pharmacists and their assistant staff for their work over these past 20 months enough. Their service deserves much greater public recognition, and we will always be extremely grateful for that face-to-face support, care and advice that we receive through their services. Recently, I visited the fantastic team at Randallstown Pharmacies as part of Ask Your Pharmacist Week to see firsthand the very patient, family, community-focused services that they provide. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, I welcome that there has been ongoing recent engagement with the Department of Health and community pharmacy sector to resolve this matter, and I would urge the Health Minister to ensure ongoing engagement with community pharmacy sector is expedited and fair arrangement is made to secure long-term sustainability of this service. Any settlement must recognise the financial and staff time consuming burden of this invaluable service, which we must maintain. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise this morning or this afternoon to raise the heartbreaking story of the death of young Arthur Labenjo Hughes in this chamber. A case that has gripped the nation, has caused severe heartbreak and resulted in immediate calls for action from authorities across these islands. I have to say, Mr. Speaker, when I listened to the news report, I was disturbed to hear of the cries of that child for food. Please, someone feed me. No one's going to feed me. And that child thinking that no one loved him. The abuse that that child suffered at the hands of his father and his partner was beyond words, absolutely brutal. The 6-year-old was tortured and killed, and Arthur died of a head injury on the 16th of June 2020. And Tustin, who was his father's partner, shaken and banged his head on a hard surface after poisoning him with salt. The details of this case, I have never seen anything quite like it. And I spent Saturday with 2 of my nephews, one 4 and one 6, and I looked at them and I thought, how on earth could anyone harm such an innocent, helpless child, the most vulnerable of our society, a child whose daddy was supposed to take care of him, left him to suffer incredibly horrific abuse. He was found to have 130 injuries after being routinely beaten, forced to stand for hours on his own, starved and dehydrated. There were concerns raised by his paternal grandmother, social services, and there was found to be no safeguarding concerns at that point, even though his body was beaten and battered and bruised. And Mr. Speaker, as I stand here today, I wonder how many other children have gone below the radar that we don't know about. How many children in Northern Ireland are in homes where they're suffering such horrendous abuse? And I have to say, Mr. Speaker, in this House we disagree on many things politically, but I know this House stands united in full support and thoughts and prayers with that poor child and his wider family. We, as legislators, have the privileged position of being able to change legislation to help people, protect people and save people's lives. I would hope that this House would unite to ensure that we too review the safeguarding mechanisms in place, to ensure that we call for greater funding, to ensure there are mechanisms in place, and to ensure that no child ever suffers as this poor child did last year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the member for that, and I call Ciara Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today marks the beginning of Homeless Awareness Week, a day for all of us in Irish society to recommit our efforts to collaborate and work together with our housing and homeless organisations and charities, our fellow government departments and local councils to make housing delivery a priority and subsequently to end homelessness for good. The theme of the week this year is Start the Conversation, and there will be a host of organisations across the homeless sector, such as the Simon Community, Extern and the Welcome organisation, delivering a range of social, educational and awareness-raising events throughout our constituents, and also to encourage conversation within the workplace, within schools and within communities. From listening to the voices of those affected by homelessness, and there was 4 individuals who kindly came together to the all-party group on homelessness in early November, it's clear that the line between having a home and not can change quite quickly for someone or a family, and the paths in and out of homelessness are never straightforward. The personal stories were all unique, but collectively they highlighted the negative impact of homelessness can have on your physical and mental health, your family relationships, your educational opportunities and your life chances. We must all act to improve outcomes for people experiencing homelessness in each of our communities. We must all work together to ensure everyone has a home. This is a universal human right, a safe, permanent and affordable place to live where one can settle down, feel part of their community and build a good life. The homeless sector continues to play a vital role in our society, and their incredible work and commitment has been particularly evident during the ongoing pandemic, as they work daily to protect homeless individuals who are among the most vulnerable of the groups impacted by COVID-19. I am also immensely grateful to our statutory partners, along with our Minister Deirdre Hargey, for fully funding the Homeless Reset Plan and offering all people who were sleeping rough on our streets forms of emergency accommodation. I very much welcome the collaboration that was shown to work during the pandemic. This is a model of good practice going forward. It prioritises the voices of those with lived experience of homelessness and focuses on protecting high-risk groups. We have all shown throughout the pandemic what can be done with the collective will. However, we know it's a first step, and we must not drive homeless people into places we find suitable, but help them find the places they find suitable. Later today, school children will speak to us about their views on homelessness at the event by Homeless Connect. It undoubtedly takes a society to combat homelessness, but together with the shared political will and commitment, it can be done. It must be done to ensure everyone in the North is able to have a place to call home. Thank you.
Thank you, Gormagan. I call Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to continue on from the member for West Row, Mr. McCrossan's points, because while COVID demonstrated the very best of society, equally what I have seen and what other members have seen in the media in this past few weeks has demonstrated the sheer evil that exists in many parts of our society today. Firstly, the harrowing cases of child abuse that has been mentioned by Mr. McCrossan in relation to Arthur Lebinjo Hughes, 6-year-old, first of all mentally abused and then physically abused, is absolutely harrowing for anybody to listen to. As politicians and indeed as society, we should first and foremost protect our children. But the cases that we see in the news today, sadly, show the severe mistrust that there is now in society for that parental relationship with a child. I only had to listen to the story in relation to young Tony Hudgell. Attacked as a baby, his fingers and toes broken and ligaments in his legs torn. He is now wheelchair bound, all because of abuse sustained within his household. And that leads me to the harrowing information that I heard at the Policing Board in Thursday past. The NCA Director General was there, and he revealed for the first time the numbers involved in relation to sexual abuse that exist in Northern Ireland. And this is harrowing, and the fact that it was reported by very few media outlets caused me a great deal of concern. He stated that there may be up to 23,000 individuals deemed a sexual risk to children living in Northern Ireland. Members, I'm sure we can all agree that is deeply disturbing. The Chief Constable said in noting that this was the equivalent to a small town of people. It's absolutely disgusting, it's harrowing, but yet there has been no condemnation, there's been no push for action by many elements of our society. The NCA Director said that in most cases now, children are more at harm in their own homes, in their own bed, than they are on the street. How harrowing! But yet there's widespread silence on this issue. The NCA Director talked about, and I found this particularly distressing, that children as young as toddlers were being sexually abused in their homes by adults up to the age of 70 plus. Members, we have to do more. Collectively, we must attack this atrocity and protect our young people by placing them at the heart of any legislative programme going forward. We owe it to them. Too many are suffering in silence, and we must be their voice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for that, and I call Mark Durgan.
As we've already heard, this is Homelessness Awareness Week, and its theme this year is Start the Conversation. So I do think it's appropriate to have the conversation here today to remind us of our duty as MLAs and the work that we have to do to eradicate homelessness here. Homelessness is an issue that can hit anyone, anywhere. The average person is just 2 paychecks away from homelessness, and many people walk a very fine line, living payday to payday, and that tightrope has become even more precarious due to the pandemic. It's also during the pandemic that the importance of having somewhere to call home has never been more pronounced. Access to a safe and secure home is the foundation on which people build their lives. Nobody should have to sleep on the street, call a hostel room their home, or have their family scattered across several locations while they languish on a list. The impact of homelessness is not only damaging people now, it is risking their future opportunities as well. We can't accept this as normal, but it is. From July to September this year, over 4,000 households presented as homeless, and nearly 2,500 of those were deemed to be in priority need. But homes were only sourced for 122 of these applications. That leaves over 2,000 families or households in priority need, being failed not just by a lack of stock, but by a lack of strategy and ambition. We must never lose sight of the human stories behind these statistics. Families who have been rendered homeless for any of a myriad of reasons: overcrowding, affordability, family breakdown, disability, poverty. We can't tolerate a system or a society that is failing people so badly. And while the Department for Communities did act swiftly and decisively to ensure that no one slept on our streets during the pandemic, and they deserve huge credit for that, as do the tremendous organisations across the north, Ms Ferguson mentioned a few, who dedicate themselves to tackling homelessness. There is more to doing this than simply putting a roof over someone's head. Supporting people projects should be funded more to help address the deeper-rooted issues that cause chronic homelessness. We have heard plenty about the Minister's radical housing transformation plans, but sadly we haven't seen much of it in effect yet, and the thousands of families on waiting lists don't have time to wait. We call on the Minister to act now.
Thank the member for that, and I call Linda Dillon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I rise today to raise an issue that is really causing serious problems within my constituency, and that is DFI Road's response to the planners. And this is causing serious delays with planning, not only of individual homes, but also for businesses. And one particular case where there is a massive investment going to be made in my constituency by council and a new school build, and that has been put at severe risk because of DFI Road's failure to respond. And it is my understanding that this is due to resource, and that is human resource, individuals, in order to respond to a number of planning applications. So today I want to call on the Minister to look at what resource is available and to look at future planning for resource, because this is not an issue within the planning service itself, it's not an issue within the council. It is literally down to the failure of roads, DFI Roads, to respond on these planning issues. So this is impacting people building their homes, being able to get it, and we've just heard about the issues around how important a home is, being able to stay in their rural communities, but also for us developing businesses in what is a very rural constituency, and a constituency that needs all the economic investment that we can get, and most importantly, a new school build for our children. And we've heard other speakers today talking about the importance of our children and our young people. So it is important that they have a proper educational setting as a starting point. So I think that if the Minister is listening today, I would call on her to please look at what resources available in relation to this. And I'm not sure if it's an issue wider across the north. I haven't heard about it in other constituencies, but it sure is an issue in my constituency.
Okay, Gormaga, thank you. And I call Christopher Stalford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Sir, we are about to embark upon a vaccine passport scheme. Now, I'm sure all members will recall that this House was told, certainly publicly told, if not necessarily on the floor of the House, that there would be a debate and a vote before the introduction of such a scheme. I checked the business diary for this week, and I see no schedule for a debate and a vote on the introduction of such a scheme. Over the course of the pandemic, the House has become accustomed, and I understand the nature of things, that things move quickly and the executive have to react to events. Over the course of this pandemic, we have become accustomed to granting retrospective approval for measures introduced by the executive. So the measures kick in and then the House votes to approve them afterwards. Given the nature of the scheme proposed, I don't think that that is appropriate. In fact, I think it's really important that we, as members of this House, are afforded the opportunity to see the evidence that such a scheme will work in combating the threat of the virus. It's really important that these issues are argued out and debated here on the floor of this House. The Northern Ireland Executive is comprised of members of this House. There are more members of this House than there are members of the Executive. It's our job to question and to debate and to argue issues out. And given the fundamentally different nature of this proposal from that which has went before in terms of combating the threat of COVID-19, a threat that we all recognise, a threat that we all want to see tackled, I think it is essential that we, the members of this Assembly, whether we're for them or against them, whether we're for the idea or against it, we should be allowed the opportunity to debate this out and to have the arguments thrashed out here on the floor of the House. I recognise that the Minister for Health has a very difficult job and is facing into a very difficult time over the coming months, but it is our job to support the Minister when he's right, but also to question and to debate and to tease out the evidence. And that's why I am very disappointed that I don't see any reference in the business diary to such a debate taking place. It absolutely should take place.
Thank you. And I call Sinead Bradley.
Speaker, I rise to bring forward the issue that is across all constituencies and was an issue prior to COVID, but unfortunately has been exacerbated by it, and that is the issue of loneliness. And I want to thank those members of the House who have joined me on the APG of trying to prevent loneliness, because it is a silent pandemic that is running through our community as we speak. I have to admit that in embarking upon my role as the chair of the APG in loneliness, I had a very swift education in terms of who would be most affected, and I was guilty, as many are, of taking that default position that it was elderly people, and it may be particularly around this time of year and the Christmas season when it is around family. And I've come to learn that that is not the case, and there's plentiful evidence to support that. It is absolutely, without a doubt, something that really impacts on a person's quality of life, and loneliness can arise through any dramatic time in your life where there is a change in your circumstances. So it may even be a positive thing, such as moving into married life. But when people are moved from the community or their routine, they can experience loneliness. It could be after having a baby, it could be moving house, children who have recently moved schools. There are lots and lots of pinpoints across a lifetime where loneliness can be and is experienced by many. And I am really conscious that there is a lot of legislation going through this House at this time, and I would therefore ask all members, regardless of what field of work or specialism you're charged with in this House, I would ask everybody to take a moment and have a think about any proposals or policy change that they have in front of them, and see, is there an opportunity within that to try and work to this objective of preventing loneliness, and also to be very mindful if anything you're proposing may have the unintended consequences of actually exacerbating loneliness through society. I want to go on record to thank those who have carried out a significant work in this area, and I mention the Commissioner for Older People and the Commissioner for children and younger people who have very much taken on a lead role in this, but also to all in the action group on preventing loneliness, and particularly a personal mention to the Red Cross and AGNI who have helped me. But I would, as a final note, Mr Speaker, if I may, I would also ask members to be aware that this is the Christmas season is approaching, and lots of people will be, no doubt, feeling lonely through that season. And I therefore ask all members to make aware all those community groups who can and will help. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
I thank the member for that, and that concludes member statements. Next item is the order paper item number 3, and that's Mr Jim Allister has sought leave to present a public petition in accordance with Standing Order 22. The member will have up to 3 minutes to speak, and I now call Jim Allister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This petition, signed by 3,768 people, represents families across Northern Ireland who are, have grave grievance over the manner of the treatment by some, but not all, caravan park owners. I stress not all. And among the grievances are the fact that they have no security of tenure on a caravan park. They get a licence from 1 year to the next, and then at the end of that year, they are vulnerable to, as has happened this year in one park, exorbitant demands for increase in pitch fees. In one case, a 35% increase, which is unconscionable and unacceptable. And therefore, the first thing that caravan owners require on their sites is security of tenure. That is absolutely vital to the going forward in this matter. There also has been the introduction of new rules without consultation with the caravan holders, demanding and putting an arbitrary limit on the age of caravan which can be sustained on a site, and then coercive pressure to purchase new caravans from the park owners, and limitations on from who else you can purchase from. And then attempts to monopolise the very ancillary services, again, sometimes at extortionate rates. For example, if someone wants to place some decking by their caravan, many have been told you can only have that done by the staff and the contractors of the caravan owners, and therefore extortionate prices can be charged. And one of the things which goes to the very heart of this inequity is a refusal by some caravan park owners to recognise and coordinate with associations of owners. And therefore, we're at a point where the Caravan Act is to be reviewed, and this is a timely occasion for these caravan petitioners to make the case that the Caravan Act needs to have root and branch change to give them security of tenure, to give them protection against extortionate treatment, and to ensure that going forward they have a situation which is tenable and fair. And that's why this petition is entitled Fairness to Caravan Owners.
I thank the member. The member knows that normally I would invite him to bring his petition to the table and present it here. However, in light of social distancing, I would ask the member to remain in his place and make arrangement to submit the petition to my office electronically. And I do thank the member for bringing this petition to the attention of the Assembly, and once received, I will forward the petition to the Minister for Communities and send also a copy along to the committee. Thank the members. Could members take their ease for a moment or two, please?
Members, we now move to the next item, which is further consideration stage of the Criminal Justice Committal Reform Bill. The Minister of Justice, Ms Naomi Long, has indicated she wishes to move this stage remotely. Can we please bring the Minister of Justice onto the screens? Minister, how are you? I hope you heard what I said there, just in terms of moving this remotely. So I invite you to formally move the bill, please.
I beg to move that the further consideration stage of the Criminal Justice Committal Reform Bill is now taken.
Thank you, Minister. As no amendments have been tabled, there is no opportunity to discuss the Criminal Justice Committal Reform Bill today. Members will, of course, be able to have a full debate at final stage. The further consideration stage of the Criminal Justice Committal Reform Bill is therefore concluded, and the bill stands referred to the Speaker. Thank you, Minister. Members, the next items of business are motions to approve 3 statutory rules, all of which relate to nicotine and tobacco. There will be a single debate on all 3 motions. I will ask the Clerk to read the first motion, then call on the Minister to move it. The Minister will then commence the debate on the motions as listed on the order paper. When all who wish to speak have done so, I shall put the question on the first motion. The second motion will then be read into the record, and I will call the Minister to move it. The question then be put on that motion. The process will be then repeated for the third motion. If that's okay and clear, I'll now proceed. So, Clerk, could you please read the first motion?
That the draft Smoke-Free Private Vehicles Regulations Northern Ireland 2021 be approved.
Thank you, and I call the Minister of Health to formally move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you, Minister. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, and I now call the Minister to open debate on all 3 motions. Please, Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I am seeking the Assembly's approval to these 3 sets of regulations which seek to protect children from nicotine addiction and the harms of second-hand smoke. The Smoke-Free Private Vehicles Regulations Northern Ireland 2021 will ban smoking in enclosed private vehicles where a child under the age of 18 is present. Protecting the population from exposure to second-hand tobacco smoke is a key objective in the Department's tobacco control strategy. Second-hand smoke is a combination of mainstream smoke exhaled by smokers and side-stream smoke which is given off by the burning end of a cigarette, a cigar or pipe. The long-term effects of regular exposure to second-hand smoke include higher risk of lung cancer, coronary heart disease, chronic respiratory symptoms and asthma. Children are particularly vulnerable to the effects of second-hand smoke as they breathe more rapidly and inhale more pollutants per pound of body weight than adults. The Royal College of Physicians in 2010 report affirmed that children exposed to second-hand smoke have an increased risk of asthma, lower respiratory infections, bronchitis, middle ear disease, bacterial meningitis and sudden infant death syndrome, as well as general reduced respiratory function. It is also important to remember that children are likely to have less control than adults over how they travel and who they travel with. The Smoking Northern Ireland Order 2006 provides the legislative framework for existing smoke-free public and workplaces in Northern Ireland. From its date of commencement in April 2007, it has been an offence to smoke in all indoor public and workplaces. Smoking in shared work vehicles, including all forms of public transport, is also banned under the order. And the Smoking Northern Ireland Order 2006 contains 2 offences which have been enforced, and those are in relation to public and work vehicles, and they came into effect in 2007. That is smoking in a smoke-free vehicle and failing to prevent smoking in a smoke-free vehicle. These draft regulations will have the effect of extending these offences to include a private vehicle when a person under the age of 18 is present. In summary, the draft Smoke-Free Private Vehicles Regulations Northern Ireland 2021 provide that a vehicle is smoke-free if it is enclosed, there is more than one person present, and there is a person under the age of 18 in the vehicle. Mr Deputy Speaker, in Northern Ireland, the enforcement of tobacco control legislation is currently the sole responsibility of district councils. That includes the enforcement of the legislation around smoke-free work vehicles. However, these regulations propose that a dual enforcement approach between district councils and the Police Service of Northern Ireland is now adopted in relation to all smoke-free vehicles. Under existing powers, PSNI officers are able to request a vehicle to stop if they suspect that an offence is being committed, which would facilitate the enforcement of this particular legislation. While these powers are not available to district council officers, they will be able to take action if they observe an offence in a parked vehicle, or if they are able to obtain licence details from the driver and vehicle licensing agency. Decisions about whether to issue warnings, fix penalty notices, or refer an alleged offence straight to the court to be dealt with will be at the discretion of the enforcement agency. It is proposed that the amount of the penalty for both offences, i.e. smoking in a private smoke-free vehicle and failing to prevent smoking in a private smoke-free vehicle, would be £50. This mirrors the existing penalty for smoking in a smoke-free public or workplace or vehicle. On conviction of the offence of first smoking in a smoke-free private vehicle, a court can award a fine to a maximum level 3 on the standard scale, that's £1,000. For 2, for failure to prevent smoking in a smoke-free private vehicle, a court can award a fine of a maximum level 4 on the standard scale of £2,500. A summary of the consultation on the proposals was published in July 2018. Respondents were largely in favour of the proposed ban, and only 3 respondents did not support the proposed measures, and all 3 were from the tobacco industry. Furthermore, at its meeting on the 7th of October 2021, the Health Committee agreed that it was content for my department to make the proposed regulations, and draft regulations were subsequently approved by the committee on the 25th of November, and I thank them for their work in doing that. It is with the committee's support and executive agreement, Mr Deputy Speaker, that I bring these draft regulations before you today. So, subject to Assembly approval, a period of publicity and awareness raising will take place, and the regulations will become effective from the 1st of February 2022. Mr Deputy Speaker, I am also seeking the Assembly's approval of the nicotine inhaling products, age of sale and proxy purchasing regulations Northern Ireland 2021, and the tobacco retailer fixed penalty amount amended regulations Northern Ireland 2021, which together will introduce a minimum age of sale of 18 years for nicotine inhaling products commonly known as electronic cigarettes or vapes, and certain related parts of such devices, in order to protect children from the risk and associated harms of nicotine addiction. Furthermore, the regulation makes it an offence for an adult to purchase or attempt to purchase a nicotine inhaling product on behalf of a child. These provisions mirror existing arrangements already in place to prevent the sale and use of tobacco products by young people under the age of 18 years. The Tobacco Retailer Fixed Penalty Amount Amendment Regulations Northern Ireland 2021 will replace the schedule to the Tobacco Retailer Fixed Penalty Amount Regulations Northern Ireland 2016, and that will allow for the inclusion of the amounts of fixed penalties for offences relating to the sale of proxy purchases of nicotine-containing products. Mr Deputy Speaker, since the introduction of smoke-free legislation in Northern Ireland in April 2007, the market for nicotine inhaling products has grown exponentially. The most common form of nicotine inhaling products are e-cigarettes. These products are completely tobacco-free and are made up of nicotine-based liquid, which is then vaporised and inhaled. Nicotine is a highly addictive substance, and there are currently no legal restrictions on the sale of these products to children in Northern Ireland. And whilst research has shown nicotine inhaling products to be considerably less harmful than tobacco, the long-term effects of e-cigarettes use are still largely unknown. A 2014 report by the World Health Organization expressed particular concern about the potential for adolescent nicotine exposure to have long-term consequences for brain development. The report goes on to say that e-cigarette use poses serious threats to adolescents, and recommends that retailers should be prohibited from selling e-cigarettes to minors. Furthermore, while some evidence suggests that e-cigarette use amongst children is largely restricted to those who have already experimented with tobacco, my department is keen to ensure that it does not act as a gateway into smoking. The evidence of a potential gateway effect is mixed, but I believe it is right to be cautious. The department has made considerable inroads into reducing smoking prevalence among 11 to 16-year-olds from 9% in 2007 to 4% in 2016 and 2019, and it does not wish to see this trend reversed as a result of young people having easy access to e-cigarette products. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, in summary, these regulations make it an offence to, first of all, sell nicotine-inhaling products, commonly known as electronic cigarettes or vapes, and certain related parts of such devices to under 18s, and for an adult to purchase or attempt to purchase a nicotine-inhaling product on behalf of a child. An exception is made for products which are licensed by the UK-wide Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency. These products would only be made available to children either on prescription or if the product's medicine marketing authorisations provides that it is licensed for use by an under 18, but at present no such products are licensed. The new legislation will be enforced by environmental health staff and district councils. It is not anticipated that further funding will be required beyond that which is already provided through the Public Health Agency in Northern Ireland for the enforcement of tobacco control legislation. Enforcement authorities will have the option of issuing fixed penalty notices for either offence in relation to the sale of nicotine-inhaling products. It is proposed that the amount of the penalty for both offences, i.e. selling a nicotine-inhaling product to a person under 18 and the offence of proxy purchasing, would be £250. This mirrors similar existing penalties for tobacco sales offences. A retailer convicted of selling a nicotine-inhaling product to a person under the age of 18 or an adult convicted of a proxy purchasing offence will be liable on summary conviction to a fine not exceeding level 5 on the standard scale, and that's currently up to £5,000. That level of fine is consistent with the corresponding tobacco age of sale offence. In addition, restricted sales orders and restricted premises orders, which came into force in Northern Ireland in 2016, will be extended to include offences in relation to underage sales of nicotine-inhaling products. Such an order, if granted by the court, could prohibit a named individual or a named premises from selling both tobacco and nicotine-inhaling products for a period of up to 3 years. While the Department consulted on the provisions related to nicotine products in the Draft Health Miscellaneous Provisions Bill in the autumn of 2014, it gave a commitment that a further consultation would be carried out on the draft regulations, which was also provide the public with an opportunity to comment on a draft regulatory impact assessment. That additional consultation ran from the 4th of September to the 27th of October 2017, and a total of 28 responses were received, and that was from a variety of stakeholders, which included local government, the voluntary and community sector, professional bodies and tobacco and e-cigarette manufacturers. The majority of respondents supported the policy aim of restricting the sale of nicotine-inhaling products to persons over the age of 18 and agreed with the proposals as set out in the draft regulations. This support came from across the board and included representation from all sectors. And regarding the issue of the offence of proxy purchasing e-cigarettes, the vast majority of respondents agreed that such an offence should be created, bringing these products into line with other age-restricted products such as tobacco and alcohol. Furthermore, at its meeting on the 7th of October 2021, the Health Committee agreed that it was content for my department to make the proposed regulations, and draft regulations were subsequently approved by the Committee on the 25th of November. It is with the Committee's support, Mr Deputy Speaker, and executive agreement that I bring these draft regulations before you today, and again subject to affirmative resolution. After the regulations, a period of awareness raising with retailers and the public will follow, and the regulations will become effective from the 1st of February 2022. This package of regulatory changes aims to protect the most vulnerable in our society, and I commend these motions to the House.
Thank you, Minister. Agus do sérim Sir Colm Gildernew sin Caherlacht and Costas Slant Johan Kainch. I call Colm Gildernew, Chair of the Health Committee.
I will make some very brief remarks as Chair and then some additional and even briefer remarks as Party's health spokesperson. The committee was briefed on these set of rules when we received the SL1s on the 7th of October. Officials came before the committee and outlined the purpose of the rules and took a number of questions from members on the rules. Committee members sought clarification on a number of issues. Members raised the issue of the length of time it has taken to introduce these regulations, given they were first discussed in 2014 and the primary legislation was passed in 2016. Officials advised that a consultation took place between January and March 27, during which time the Assembly went down. Further delays were caused due to the pandemic and officials involved in Brexit preparations, and therefore the regulations could not be progressed until now. In relation to smoke-free vehicles, the main focus of the discussions were in relation to enforcement and that PSNI and councils would be classed as enforcement agencies in these regulations. Officials advised the key difference in the enforcement powers between PSNI and councils are that the PSNI has the power to stop vehicles. Members also sought clarity on who is liable for smoking in cars, and we were advised that the driver of the car is always responsible for the offence of failing to prevent smoking in a smoke-free vehicle, and that there would be an additional offence where the person smoking is also liable. There was a discussion in relation to the number of children that would benefit from these rules being in place, and officials advised following implementation in England, there was a 72% reduction in self-reported exposure to second-hand smoke. Officials indicated that compliance with this regulation could decrease the number of children exposed to smoking by 20%. There was a further discussion around the possibility of extending the ban to include use of e-cigarettes in vehicles. The committee were advised that there was no power in primary legislation to allow the department to do this. In follow-up correspondence, the department advised that it would look at further evidence on this issue in the coming years when further research is completed. The committee has also sought some clarification around the rules applying to motorhomes and caravans when they are not stationary. And then in relation to e-cigarettes as a gateway, members raised the issue of e-cigarettes and vaping as a gateway for younger people into tobacco products, and there was discussion in relation to information being gathered on young people's usage of e-cigarettes. Officials advised that the most recent young persons' behaviour and attitude survey from 2019 showed that 3% of under-16s said they used e-cigarettes regularly, with usage going to as young as 11 years old. This is a very worrying trend, and I hope that these rules, along with education in schools, will better inform young people of the risks of tobacco products. There was also a discussion in relation to the lack of evidence around the long-term safety of e-cigarettes and the sometimes conflicting messaging on the use of e-cigarettes in smoking cessation services. The committee would ask that the department considers evidence as data is collected over the coming years and bring forward guidance and regulations as required based on that evidence. Last Collier, the committee agreed to recommend that these regulations be approved by the Assembly. And then just in relation to my own role as Sinn Féin spokesperson for health, I want to indicate that Sinn Féin fully support these measures in order to reduce exposure to second-hand cigarette smoke and potentially to young people inappropriately getting access to tobacco products. I want to welcome the Minister's indication there that there will be monitoring of e-cigarette products on an ongoing basis, and should the evidence become clear, then there will be action taken on that. And I think, as the Minister has said there, where evidence is mixed, we should indeed err on the side of caution, because we don't get a second chance to act quickly in relation to matters such as this and in relation to public health generally. And I suppose it is the case that we live in an age of disinformation, but we do not want to see a repeat of a situation where commercial interests for many years and even decades controlled the flow of evidence and information in a way which allowed harmful products to continue to be sold. So I welcome the Minister's commitment on that. I also welcome the reference to a communication strategy, and I think again it's particularly relevant in relation to this issue, but in relation to public health measures generally. I think social and community cohesion and buy-in and understanding of measures such as this are crucially important, and I think that the public messaging campaign, the best barometer, the best monitoring, the best enforcement we can have is community agreement that certain things are necessary or beneficial, and that society out there largely supports measures that are being taken and responds in that way. So,
I now call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I rise to support all three of the motions today in relation to the draft smoke-free private vehicle regulations NI 2021, the draft nicotine inhaling products age of sale and proxy purchasing regulations NI 2021, and the draft tobacco retailer fixed penalty amount amendment regulations NI 2021. Northern Ireland is the only part of the UK and Ireland where it is still legal to expose people under the age of 18 to the dangers of second-hand smoke while in an enclosed vehicle. And this in itself is enough of a reason to support the motions before this House today. It is not acceptable and our children, the children of Northern Ireland, deserve much greater health protection. It is disappointing that despite plans to make this provision stretching far back as early as 2014, it is only being enacted now. I welcome the proposed new regulations would extend the current smoke-free provisions to private vehicles where children are present, when there is more than one person in a car and the vehicle is enclosed. I welcome the proposed new regulations that would extend the current smoke-free provisions and also that it is proposed that the failing to prevent smoking in a smoke-free vehicle, a smoke-free private vehicle will be made an offence. Giving power to both Council and the PSNI to enforce these laws is a sensible move, Mr Deputy Speaker. We will be aware of reports, of course, such as from clinicians, and I give an example of the Royal College of Physicians, that this can lead to increased risk of asthma, lower respiratory infections, middle ear disease, bronchitis, bacterial meningitis, sudden infant death syndrome, as well as reduced respiratory function. And Mr Deputy Speaker, whilst it may feel like common sense that e-cigarettes be included within the draft smoke-free private vehicles regulations before us, we do have to respect at this point that the evidence base for the second-hand effects of e-cigarettes and vaping is less conclusive, and that is why the legislation will not include e-cigs and vaping at this time. And perhaps the Minister would advise us whether he's expecting to have more evidence in the near future on that particular subject, and will he confirm that should that evidence base be there in the coming months and years, that he will swiftly move to add e-cigs and vaping to this particular piece of legislation? Mr Deputy Speaker, it is without doubt these planned regulations will play an important role in protecting children from the harms of nicotine and tobacco use. Proposals to prevent the sale of nicotine inhaling products such as e-cigarettes to anyone under the age of 18 will be made under the Health Miscellaneous Act NI 2016, and this is welcome. And today we have heard within member statements today about the barbaric abuse of children. And I would agree that forcing a child, especially a small child, to inhale harmful substances is a form of abuse. Mr Deputy Speaker, these provisions mirror existing arrangements already in place to prevent the sale and use of tobacco products by young people, a sensible move forward and recognition of the harm that e-cigarettes can cause to children. And again, we see Northern Ireland playing catch-up as England and Wales moved on this in 2015 and Scotland in 2017. The third of these regulations today relates to allowing fixed penalties for these new offences in relation to the sale or proxy purchase of nicotine-containing products to those aged under 18 years, another welcome and appropriate move. There will be some who see legislation such as this as unnecessary, but I believe it is incumbent on this House to ensure that there is no doubt as to the harm that nicotine causes for all of us as human beings, and how more so to a child who is forced to inhale second-hand smoke within a small enclosed area such as a car. It is important that we recognise that the worth of such legislative changes is not about how many will or can be prosecuted. It is about positively affecting our behaviour, given the knowledge we now have. It's about increased awareness of the danger. It's about making smoking in cars with children socially unacceptable. Again, I very much welcome this legislation and look forward to this becoming law in 2022. Thank you.
I couldn't hear him, Sir. Colin McGrath on Cancha. I call Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak today on these statutory regulations before us. They are, I think, timely, they are appropriate, and in terms of the SDLP, we think that they are adequate. If we've learnt anything in the last 18 months, it's that when it comes to our health and well-being, prevention is critical. For example, we've all heard the stories of those that have ended up in hospital as a result of COVID, have felt its worst effects, and then upon leaving hospital have said that they wouldn't wish that experience on anyone else. And that's to say nothing of those that have ended up in hospital as a result of not being vaccinated and then have come out at the other side thanks to the interventions of our incredible health staff and said that they had wished that they had been vaccinated. These statutory regulations offer us the opportunity to provide that positive preventative measures to ensure better health outcomes for our population and to prevent additional pressures being placed on our health service. As has already been outlined, the 3 regulations are to ban smoking in private vehicles while someone under the age of 18 is present, to ban the sale of electronic cigarettes to those under the age of 18, and to establish fixed penalties should someone be in breach of the regulations. Now, I have no doubt that there will be some in our society that will deem them to be coercive or akin to decisions being of some authoritarian state, but in my mind these are essential steps that we should be taking. In September of this year, Queen's University Belfast published the most up-to-date cancer incidence and survival statistics for the North. It is a really impressive study, and I would urge members to give it the attention that it warrants. The findings are that in the last 5 years, the number of cancer cases per year, excluding non-melanoma skin cancer, has increased by 11%. And what is frightening here is that the incident rate for lung cancer has decreased by 7% for men, but increased by 16% for women. Our cancer incidence rate is at 14% higher in the most deprived areas, and the most common cancer to be diagnosed at stage 4 was lung cancer. Also, what we've seen in these figures is that the survival rates for lung cancer are 11% in men and 15% in women. So I wouldn't call this in any shape or form coercion. I would call it humanitarian legislation, because these figures are simply not going down. Mr Deputy Speaker, it is my view and that of my party that these SRs must form part of a wider preventative effort to improve the health and well-being of our population. We are an ageing population, so our preventative measures must be as robust as possible. Part of this includes our cancer strategy, which I know is set to be published this month, and I would ask the Minister to ensure that it's expedited without delay. I support the regulations that are here before us, continue to support the Minister, and hope that these are effective tools in our determination to provide positive preventative health care in the North. Thank you.
I call Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. At the outset, Mr Deputy Speaker, can I declare an interest as a part owner of a family business that does sell tobacco products. That said, I welcome and I fully support all legislation that provides clarity to those retailers who sell tobacco and tobacco-related products. This further control will make a huge contribution to public health, especially that of our young people. Mr Deputy Speaker, banning of smoking in a private vehicle when a child is present is an important piece of legislation that will again protect the health of our young people. My party welcomes this legislation that has been a party policy for some time, and we commend the Minister for bringing this legislation forward to the House today. The harm inflicted by second-hand smoke inhalation should not be underestimated. The evidence of the harm it causes is overwhelming. So my party fully support these statutory regulations before us today. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I now call Paula Bradshaw.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I rise to support the motions. All the regulations. I am delighted to be doing so today. This is an area that we on the All-Party Group on Cancer have been campaigning for many years, and I would like to thank the departmental officials in the Department of Health for their drafting of these regulations amongst the pandemic. This ultimately is about protecting people under the age of 18 from the impact of tobacco, and as the Minister has already outlined, and Mr McGrath, around the impact on cancer. I think it's long overdue that they are being brought forward today, but nonetheless they're here. They match those elsewhere in the UK. We may note that enforcement falls not just to the councils but also to the police, and I think that's to be welcomed. In the current context, there is another important sign that we may legislate to ensure that people take responsibility not just for their own health and well-being but also for other people's, and in this case those other people are the particularly vulnerable group, namely children. As the Chair of the Health Committee indicated, there were a couple of areas that I was slightly concerned about the regulations, and that is to be addressed by the department officials, and that's in relation to motorhomes, and the other aspect was in relation to the fines. The Minister indicated that the fine is £50, but it can be reduced, Mr Deputy Speaker, to £30 if it's paid quickly. I would be concerned that there may be some people in society for whom £30 is not that much damage to their purse and will flout them. Nevertheless, moving on, the nicotine inhaling products, age of sale and proxy purchasing regulations are complementary in my view, reinforcing that adults should not be able in any way to make children victims of smoking. These regulations also usefully define the very term nicotine product at Regulation 3. This is, of course, always developing, and regulation has to be updated to stay in line. The tobacco retailer regulations are also updated to define the fixed penalties involved, and I very much welcome this clarity. It is important to congratulate at this stage all those people who have been involved in the campaign for this step, and I would pick out in particular Cancer Focus, Cancer Research UK, Action Cancer, Chest, Heart and Stroke and the Stroke Association. They have all been lobbying for this for many years, and I'm sure they were delighted that we've got to this stage. As a chamber, we are stating clearly how we expect people to behave responsibly towards those most vulnerable. And as I say, we've already heard today about issues like asthma and cancer, and I think that we have a duty to those people that we represent, that we put forward health policy and regulations that protect people's health, not just now but into the future. In closing, it is not expected that the actual smoking in cars legislation will need to be frequently enforced. Indeed, in the first 4 years of application in Scotland, no penalties were applied, and we expect people to go along with it in the recognition of the protection it is designed to offer. However, I do welcome the departmental commitment for a full and comprehensive communications action plan to ensure awareness of the new rules before they come into force. These regulations fundamentally are about good public health, and there's no better time than now to bring them in. I strongly commend them. Thank you.
Thank you. And I now call the Minister to wind and conclude on the debate, please.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And first, I wish to thank the Chair, the Deputy Chair and the members of the Health Committee for not just speaking on these regulations today, but also the support that they have given and been able to bring them forward to the House. Just briefly, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'd like to take the opportunity to address a number of issues that have been raised in the debate. In regards to the delay in bringing these regulations forward, I think was noted by a number of speakers as well, and I think, as the Chair indicated, that time delay was caused by this place not sitting, and also the officials working on other pandemic and Brexit related issues. So when the opportunity arose to bring them forward, we have brought them forward at a time that allowed my officials to bring them forward, but also the committee to engage as well. But also, along with Ms Bradshaw, acknowledge those organisations that continued to lobby in bringing these regulations forward, which does bring us a line with the rest of the United Kingdom, but also with the Republic of Ireland as well. The Chair of the Committee, Ms Bradshaw, raised a concern in regards to caravans and motorhomes. I will draw both members to the draft statutory rule, and that's at 2.6, which actually does apply and clarifies when a caravan or motor caravan that is stationary and not on a road, or a caravan or motorhome that is stationary, is not on the road and is being used as living accommodation, actually sits outside these regulations as well. So that's covered on the front page of those regulations as well. The Vice Chair of the Committee, Ms Pam Cameron, indicated her support as well in regards to when evidence is received, and she did make an ask that when evidence is received in the months and years ahead, that I will give a commitment that I would move and bring those regulations in. Can I just say to her, I will give the Department of Health's commitment in the months and years ahead in regards that they will move when that evidence is presented, because I will not make any presumptions in either way of who may be in this office at that point. In regards to, I think, Mr McGrath's comments again, and I thank the SDLP for their support, which I think he described as being adequate. I think they go quite extensively to what the policy intent of these regulations were meant to do over the years that they have actually been sitting in abeyance, and I'm glad that we have got here today with all party support in regards to what needs to be done, and in regards also to Mr McGrath's indication of the importance of the cancer strategy being brought forward, because I think it will be timely and it is imperative that we actually do that. In regards just to the Deputy Chair also realised as well about when these regulations, especially in regards to travelling in public vehicles will be, or private vehicles will be encompassed, and that again is covered in the front page of the regulations as well, that they will be applicable. If it's enclosed, there's more than one person present in the vehicle, and that a person under the age of 18 is present in the vehicle as well. So all three of those conditions must be met. And again, just in regards to Mr Chambers' contribution, again thankful for the acknowledgement of his and my party's support in regards to bringing these regulations forward when we had the opportunity to do that. And just in the final speaker again was Ms Bradshaw in regards to the number of points that she raised, but again the importance of the other organisations and lobbying to make sure that this issue didn't drop off the agenda and was kept in focus as well in regards to the work of the all-party group and engage. I'd like to acknowledge the thanks that she's passed on to the department officials in regards to their engagement with that role as well, but more importantly also, Mr Deputy Speaker, the importance of the dual approach to enforcement of these regulations, being with both PSNI and local government. Having covered those brief points that was made by the members round the House, I think, Mr Deputy Speaker, the importance of protecting our young people from exposure to second-hand smoke and nicotine addiction is something I hope we can all agree on. The 2019-2020 health survey showed that 92% of adults who own a family car do not allow smoking when children are present. And that is an encouragingly high number, but there's no room for complacency. On a broader level, it is also hoped that the smoke-free private vehicles regulation will further reduce any misperceived acceptability of subjugating children to toxic second-hand smoke in any private setting. And they will hopefully also help prevent children from taking up the habit by further denormalising smoking. Because protecting young people from a potentially lifelong nicotine addiction and the as yet unknown impacts of long-term vaping is without question an important public health initiative. The 2019 Young Persons Behaviour and Attitudes Survey showed that 3% of all 11 to 16-year-olds used e-cigarettes regularly, and that's once a week. That figure is the same as the 2016 survey and remains relatively low, but worryingly, a fifth of that age group have tried an e-cigarette at least once. This regulatory safeguard is a vital tool in reducing children's access to e-cigarettes and subsequently in reducing the potential for early nicotine addiction. Mr Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, I beg that these regulations be approved.
Thank you, Minister. The question is now that the draft smoke-free private vehicles regulation NI 2021 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We will now move on to the second motion, which has already been debated. I will ask the clerk to read the motion, please.
That the draft nicotine inhaling products, age of sale and proxy purchasing regulations Northern Ireland 2021 be approved.
Thank you. I call on the Minister of Health to formally move the motion. Thank you. The question now is that the draft nicotine inhaling products age of sale and proxy purchasing regulations NI 2021 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We will now move on to the third motion, which has already been debated. I will ask the clerk to read the motion, please.
That the draft tobacco retailer fixed penalty amount amendment regulations Northern Ireland 2021 be approved.
Thank you, and I call on the Minister again to formally move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you. The question now is that the draft tobacco retailer fixed penalty amount amendment regulations NI 2021 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. And now, if members just take their ease while we move to the next item of business, please.
Order members, the next item of business on the order paper is the second stage of the Hunting of Wild Mammals Bill. And I call John Blair to move the second stage.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that the second stage of the Hunting of Wild Mammals Bill be agreed.
The second stage of the Hunting of Wild Mammals Bill has been moved. In accordance with the Convention, the Business Committee has agreed that it has not allocated any time limits on the debate overall. However, it has agreed limits on individual contributions. The sponsor of the bill will have 30 minutes to move and a further 15 minutes to wind. The Minister will have up to 20 minutes to contribute, and the Chair of the Committee and all other speakers will have up to 15 minutes. I now call Mr Blair to open the debate on the bill. Mr Blair.
Deputy Speaker, again, I thank you and will proceed to point out that Northern Ireland is the only part of the United Kingdom without a ban on hunting with dogs, despite widespread public support for a ban, and that should include the practice of fox hunting and deer hunting. It is my opinion, and that widely of the public, that hunting with dogs is a cruel and unnecessary sport that causes immeasurable suffering to both the hunted animal and the hunting dogs, which can also see horrific injuries, especially during what is known as terrier work. It is my intention in bringing forward my private member's bill to reform legislation of hunting wild mammals with dogs in Northern Ireland to bring our legislation in line with that in England, Scotland and Wales, where the practice has been illegal for nearly 20 years. Deputy Speaker, a ban on hunting with dogs in Northern Ireland is long overdue. This has been my personal and political stance for many years. It is also the policy position of my party, the Alliance Party. I am firmly of the belief that animals being ripped to shreds by packs of dogs for the purposes of human enjoyment cannot be considered as a sport, and that fox hunting and stag hunting should have no place in a civilised society. Between December 2020 and February 2021, I conducted a consultation exercise over an 8-week period in relation to the private member's bill. There were 18,425 responses to the survey, which is thought to be the largest response ever to a private member's bill in this Assembly, and that shows the strength of feeling on this issue, Deputy Speaker. An overwhelming majority of respondents, 78.16%, agreed with the proposals and said that all hunting, searching, coursing, capturing or killing wild mammals with dogs should be banned in Northern Ireland. An even greater majority, 79.6% of respondents, said that they considered terrier work, that the activity to use dogs to attack or cause the wild mammal to flee its cover, to be unacceptable. Following consultation and deliberation, I considered that creating primary legislation was the best mechanism by which to achieve the policy objectives comprehensively and to introduce appropriate penalties for breaches of the proposed law. The bill will bring, therefore, a consequential amendment to the Welfare of Animals Act Northern Ireland 2011 to ensure a coherent statutory framework is in place. The bill aims to introduce a ban on hunting wild mammals to death with dogs, and without introducing legislation, this practice cannot be banned. I also intend for the legislation to facilitate prosecutions and subsequent penalties to act as a deterrent for future hunting using dogs to kill wild mammals. I am also conscious of loopholes in the legislation in other jurisdictions, such as trail hunting being used as cover for prescribed fox hunting. Accordingly, provision to address this has been included in the bill. The legislation, as proposed, ensures that Northern Ireland leads the way with a full and comprehensive ban on hunting with dogs and does not duplicate the exemptions and loopholes which have allowed animals to continue to be chased and killed in the rest of the UK. There is, Deputy Speaker, a historic opportunity to tackle the scourge of hunting with dogs once and for all in Northern Ireland. We need to end this brutally cruel activity which has no place in a modern-day society. I will now, Deputy Speaker, refer to and seek to outline the various sections of the bill as it has been introduced to this Assembly. In the year 2000, a UK parliamentary inquiry into hunting with dogs, commonly referred to as the Burns Report, established and concluded that animals suffer incredible physiological and psychological stress when chased by a hunt, and this suffering occurs whether or not they are eventually killed. This evidence led to a ban in England and Wales, the Hunting Act 2004. In 2002, the Protection of Wild Mammals Scotland Act 2002, the Scotland Act 2002, protected certain wild mammals from being hunted with dogs and placed restrictions on the practice of hunting wild mammals with dogs. Northern Ireland remains the only jurisdiction within the United Kingdom without a ban on hunting with dogs, which includes fox hunting and deer hunting. The bill aims to introduce a ban on hunting wild mammals to death with dogs, with a definition broad enough to include deers, foxes, rabbits and mink. The bill also, Deputy Speaker, intends to ban trail hunting, defined as any process in which one or more dogs are introduced or permitted to follow the scent of a wild mammal, whether the trail of scent has been led naturally or by human intervention. This activity, it should be noted, was non-existent, not even envisaged when the Hunting Act 2004 was drafted. It is therefore crucial that a hunting with dogs ban in Northern Ireland prevents trail hunting from being used as cover for illegal hunting. I will at this point give way.
I'm grateful to the member for giving way. Will the member be aware of a recent court case in which it was found that trail hunting is precisely, as the member describes, simply a cover for fox hunting?
I am, Deputy Speaker, aware of that, and I'm about, coincidentally, to refer to it in a line or two later in the speech. Deputy Speaker, loopholes in the legislation in England, Wales and Scotland have been exposed which allowed hunting to continue under guises including trail hunting. Such exemptions are widely abused, making potential prosecution difficult and cannot be justified. It is imperative that Northern Ireland eliminates loopholes which have been highlighted in the recent court case in GB when the Westminster Magistrates Court found a leading huntsman guilty and ordered him to pay £3,500 for giving advice on how to illegally carry out hunts. It was described as a landmark case on this issue. The court heard that he told members of the hunting office at 2 webinars last year, in August last year, to use the legal form of trail hunting as a, quote, smokescreen for the criminal activity. Additionally, the bill introduces a ban on terrier work, defined as a process in which dogs are induced to enter a hole in the ground in order to flush out or otherwise force a wild mammal to leave the hole, or in order to make it easier or quicker to dig a wild mammal out of the hole. This is a simple description for the purpose of the speech, Deputy Speaker, but I can assure you the footage I have seen of this activity is harrowing and makes for uncomfortable viewing. A secondary matter with terrier work that I was made aware of during the consultation process is that terriers can often sustain injuries, and it can be the case that professional veterinary care is not sought and dogs are treated elsewhere. I've heard reports of dogs having staples in their jaws and superglue in their mouths as intended fixes. These injuries also suggest that the dogs impacted in such circumstances were used for activities other than simply flushing rabbits and may have been involved, for example, in illegal badger baiting. Such are the extent of their injuries. The bill, Deputy Speaker, allows for exemptions. Hunting is exempt from the prohibition in Clause 1 if it is confined to hunting rats or mice, or if it complies with all of the conditions listed in Clause 4. Hunting that satisfies the conditions listed in the exemptions will not be deemed to be illegal. The exemptions cover protection of livestock, crops, biodiversity and hunting which puts food on the table, as well as established and historic practice and a part of country life. The bill, Deputy Speaker, has introduced permits the hunting of wild mammals for the protection of biodiversity. However, I would like to raise at this point that hunting with dogs is more likely to have an adverse impact on wildlife conservation and the wider environment. One of the most obvious characteristics of hunting with dogs undertaken by organised hunts is the fact that it is based on a large pack of big dogs that would be moving through the land at high speed, followed by many people often on horseback. Where this occurs, it is bound to have an impact on the land, as the hounds would naturally not care about disturbing the natural habitat where they are hunting, including perhaps the ground used by nesting birds, which are already protected by law. These consequences of recreational hunting and biodiversity conservation have been supported by a number of reviews and reports. Members will also note that drag hunting and clean boot hunting have not been included within the remit of this bill. Both practices are non-lethal forms of hunting, and it is my hope that those involved in fox hunting will adapt and move to these animal welfare-friendly alternatives. However, Deputy Speaker, it is vital that these two activities are not confused with trail hunting. I wish to emphasise trail hunting is not drag hunting and trail hunting is not clean boot hunting. Trail hunting, however, can be used as cover for illegal hunting, which is why it has been included within the remit of the bill. In fact, the exemptions in general have been written to avoid potential for loopholes, misinterpretation and uncertainty. In relation, Deputy Speaker, to penalties, I can inform the House that in setting the penalties, I have followed the highest penalty in Section 1 of the Welfare of Animals Act Northern Ireland 2011. A person who commits an offence under this Act is liable to a summary conviction to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 12 months or to a fine not exceeding £20,000 or to both, and b, on conviction on indictment to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 5 years or to a fine or to both. It is my hope that we could scrutinise these penalties further at committee stage of the bill, including the potential forfeiture of any dog or hunting article which was used in the commissioning of the offence or was in the possession of the person convicted at the time of the arrest. Deputy Speaker, the interpretation section of the bill further defines the remit of the legislation, that it is an offence to organise or participate in the hunting of a wild mammal with a dog, and that all willing participants or those otherwise involved in the pursuit of a wild mammal will have caused an offence. In defining the offences, I have not included a clause for recklessness. Since trail hunting is to be prohibited, there is no need to extend this hunting offence to cover cases where a person who goes drag hunting is reckless and a live hunt ensues. And I have made the offences themselves one of strict liability so that prosecution only has to prove the organisation or participation in hunting that I have mentioned already. Participation, Deputy Speaker, carries within its natural language a meaning of deliberate engagement or organisation of a hunt, which should in turn naturally exclude genuinely inadvertently stumbling across a hunt. Deputy Speaker, I am grateful today to present on the hunting of wild mammals with dogs bill and for debate on this matter and for the opportunity that this can progress for further consideration and scrutiny. As members will be aware, I myself represent a largely rural constituency. And they will also be aware that before I joined this Assembly, I worked closely with the country sports sector for many years and tried to ensure that country sports and other outdoor activities were accessible to the public. The bill is not intended in any way to restrict traditional country sports such as shooting, using gun dogs or angling. The bill maintains appropriate balance by exempting hunting from the ban in certain circumstances, including avoiding damage to livestock, crops or property and causing damage to the biological diversity of an area. It is therefore, Deputy Speaker, not my intention to go further than the scope of the bill as outlined in this content and as described today to Assembly colleagues. It is my hope that the clearly defined scope of the bill, to which I do not intend to add, is also good reason why the bill can be easily considered and consulted upon and debated in a timely manner within the time limits of the current Assembly mandate. Deputy Speaker, we have a historic opportunity to make a significant difference, a real opportunity here for Northern Ireland not only to catch up with the rest of the UK, but to lead the way in ensuring full, robust protection for animals persecuted for sport and for human enjoyment. I look forward, Deputy Speaker, to debating the principles of the bill with political colleagues, and I hope that they will give this legislation their backing and that we can finally consign hunting with dogs to history where it belongs. I urge members to support. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I now call Declan McAleer, the Chairperson of the Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee.
I welcome this opportunity today to speak as Chairperson of the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs and to outline the views of the Committee on the Hunting of Wild Mammals Bill. The Committee received evidence from the Bill's sponsor last Thursday and recognises that this is a contentious matter and that due consideration needs to be given to the issues before introducing such restrictions. The Committee heard that the purpose of the bill is to ban the use of use of dogs to hunt to death wild mammals that will include foxes, rabbits, deer, hare and mink, and that seeks to bridge a legislative gap here and other parts of these islands. However, the bill goes further by closing legislative loopholes that have been exploited by individuals who continue use of dogs to hunt under permissible activities. Clause 1 will make it an offence to participate in, organise the hunting of wild mammals with dogs, and the Committee acknowledges the use of dogs will invariably lead to a distress for hunted animals and potentially cause additional suffering. The Committee was advised that in order to bring forward a prosecution or penalty under the bill, there would be a threshold test to prove active participation and pursuit of a wild mammal using a dog. Members raised questions about this and were concerned that there may be insufficient safeguards to protect individuals who find themselves in a situation where their dog independently chases a wild mammal. Relatedly, members highlighted that Clause 6, which sets out how the Bill's provisions are to be interpreted, has a very wide scope and therefore could potentially lead to individuals engaging in appropriate activity being sanctioned, penalised or restricted unnecessarily. Clauses 2 and 3 of the Bill will ban the use of dogs in trail hunting and terrier work respectively. The committee heard that trail hunting, whereby a dog is induced to follow the scent of an animal by artificial or natural means, has been used in some areas by people to circumvent a ban on the use of dogs, and so it has been included in the Bill as a way of closing this gap. Terrier work, which involves the use of dogs underground to flush out a wild mammal, is likely to cause the hunted animal distress and so can be dangerous for the participating dog, with the risk of injury associated with operating underground. Clause 4 sets out exempted activities. The use of dogs to hunt rats and mice will be permissible. It will also be permissible to use dogs to hunt wild mammals if all of the following preconditions are met. The hunting is carried out to prevent damage to livestock, crops, property, or the biodiversity of an area, or to obtain meat for consumption. Each person who occupies the land on which the hunting will take place has given their consent. No more than 2 dogs are used. The wild mammal must be shot dead as soon as possible by a competent person. Members of the committee acknowledge that these criteria are broadly reflective of other laws, but considers that greater time and scrutiny would be required to explore these issues to determine their appropriateness. Clause 5 establishes the penalties that may be imposed through the Bill. An individual found to commit an offence may be subject to summary conviction, to imprisonment for up to 12 months and or a fine up to £20,000 and an indictment to a prison term of up to 5 years in addition to possible fine. These penalties are similar to the provisions in other acts, but greater time and review is required to consider the proportionality of these penalties in the context of the very low conviction rates seen in England and Wales for similar breaches. The committee heard about the significant number of responses the Bill sponsor received to the consultation on the Bill and the strength of feeling from members of the public on this issue. Notwithstanding the commitment that the intent of the Bill is to ban hunting, not only the use of dogs in this activity, there is nevertheless a strong lobby that considers that hunting with dogs is an important economic and recreational outlet for rural areas, particularly in rural communities. The committee did not take a position on the Bill, but should it pass second stage today, we will engage with all the matters raised with the Bill's sponsor and various stakeholders. I just want to add on a comment from my perspective as the spokesperson for Sinn Féin for Agriculture and Rural Affairs. I want to say that Sinn Féin do not agree with a ban on hunting. However, there are elements of this bill that we do agree with. The legislation as it currently stands, we feel, is unworkable and would require significant additional time in the committee to rectify it, and that's time that we don't currently have, given the challenges of other legislation such as both the climate change bills. I have no doubt that this issue will be revisited in the next mandate when the appropriate time can be set aside to examine the issue in the round and to work alongside stakeholders to see what legislative changes are needed, if any. It's my view that the process will be best taken forward by the Department for Agriculture and Environment and Rural Affairs and the relevant minister in the next executive, in the first instance through a public consultation process.
Thank the member for giving way. I realise that the reference to committee business is a significant part of your position, but how many bills is the Derek Committee considering? I'm aware that the Health Committee, for example, is considering multiple bills at this stage. Surely that's a schedule that can be overcome if MLAs put their shoulder to the wheel. Thanks.
Well, member will be aware that we are currently, both the Climate Change Acts bills are taking up the vast majority of the bandwidth of the committee at this present in time, and we also dealing with the horse and racing bill and other important pieces of policy that are coming in. For example, the environmental and the new agriculture policy. And I think that this would require more in-depth and thorough scrutiny around this juncture in time to give it its due consideration. Thank you.
I call William Irwin.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to contribute to the debate and record my concerns on the unintended consequences of what amounts to, in my view, bad legislation. Representing a rural constituency, it is therefore no surprise that I have received hundreds of pieces of correspondence from people who are deeply concerned by this poorly thought out bill, and I wish to see it taken off the table. These are responsible individuals who have taken time to explain to me their real concerns over the bill before this House today. It is my duty to represent those hundreds of people who have contacted me. These people who have raised their concerns and indeed draw immediate attention to the fact that practically every dog owner in the country whose dog may at some point chase a wild animal could indeed be committing an offence if this poorly thought out and ill-advised law were actually to come into force. This law is poorly drafted, and I know it has been raised, and that it has raised the concerns of many, and by its promotion, the bill's sponsor has, in my view, unfairly painted a picture of rural life that is simply untrue. That is a regrettable byproduct of this bad legislation. As a farmer, I am in tune with the rural environment, and indeed I care greatly for the animals within my control. I do not at any time wish to see any animal suffer needlessly. Indeed, in my own farm, and indeed in many farms throughout the country, farmers spend heavily each year to ensure animals are healthy and well. They also spend heavily in maintaining healthy habitats for wildlife, which then has important economic benefits for the countryside. The control of vermin or pest species is an important part of the rural ecosystem. In order to maintain that, there are certain species which must be controlled and controlled effectively to ensure this important balance is kept. I believe this bill is the thin end of the wedge that we have seen with such attempts at legislation previously. Hunting, whilst not a pursuit that I engage in, is not the issue here. Rather, it is an attempt, in my view, to create a division and indeed misrepresent the rural community. The Countryside Alliance, who have conducted a significant amount of research and consultation on this issue, make an important point around evidence and the fact that in this bill no attempt seems to have been made to examine the evidence. There is significant research and huge evidence base out there following similar exercises on the mainland. And it's worth considering that much of that evidence still points to a firm need to control vermin and pest species, and indeed that need will remain. Indeed, in Mr Blair's consultation, which has been the subject of much concern, there is a significant question mark over where responses came from, whether they were from Northern Ireland or many responses generated possibly from overseas. The consultation only required an email address, and of course it is important that any consultation is focused on the views of the people here in Northern Ireland, not open to abuse through organised spam email. I remain concerned by the consultation process. The inclusion in this bill of 2-dog limit is a huge concern. It represents a real threat to how animals can be protected from vermin and pest species, and would create huge difficulties for farmers who have livestock susceptible to attack. This bill would drastically reduce the capacity to deal with such attacks on livestock and indeed managed game. Clause 6 of the bill is a huge concern, which would see a criminal offence committed if a dog, whilst out for a run with its owner, decided to chase a wild animal. The poorly constructed bill is concerningly open in its language in this area and will have serious implications for a wide range of scenarios, which as a simple day out in the country with your pet dog. It would also have implications for rough shooters, gamekeepers and pest controllers and indeed farmers. I say again, the bill is bad for the countryside and risks criminalising ordinary people. That surely cannot be allowed to happen in this day and age. Members, you simply cannot be oblivious to the ramifications of this bill and what it would mean in legal terms for the countryside and rural dwellers. You may not have an interest in hunting, but surely you have an interest in this House for creating laws that are sensible, logical and crucially enforceable. The bill before us does none of this. Should the bill progress, and I sincerely hope it does not, it would represent a very backward step and create an absolute legislative nightmare. The resource implication for the PSNI would be significant, and as we have seen in other areas, even in the mainland UK, the rate of enforcement is just disproportionately low when compared to other offences. On the basis of what is before the House, I cannot support the bill given the concerning legal ramifications, and I urge the House to reject it.
I call Patsy McGlone.
Thanks very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I welcome the opportunity to debate this issue today, and I thank the member for affording us the opportunity. The SDLP, in terms of our own party, is deeply committed to animal welfare and the prevention of abuse of animals, and that abusers do and should correctly carry the consequences. A lot of work has been done in this regard by my colleague Dolores Kelly, with Sinead Bradley and myself, and indeed Councillor Malachy Quinn, in relation to the register of offenders. I have, and I lay my cards on the table here, I'm one of those people who engage in country sports, not hunting with dogs as the likes of this here, but I'm one of those people, those 54,000 people who have a firearms certificate for that purpose. And and John already knows this, my concern, and it's not a flippant or an aside concern, my concern is a major one, and that's with the interpretation of 6, the final provisions interpretation. And I read it into the record. The reference in this Act to the hunting of a wild mammal with a dog includes any case where a wild mammal is pursued by one or more persons and one or more dogs are employed in that pursuit. That's the draft legislation. That's as proposed at this stage within this bill. Now, what does that mean? What that means is, where I come from, it's not unusual, mostly on a Saturday morning, to see a group of people out with their dogs and with their shotguns, either after pheasants or on their way to the duck pond or on their way to Loch Ness, to carry out what is a very legitimate and approved activity. And indeed, I would have to place on record here that many of those people are among the most law-abiding that there are, because they do not want anything to jeopardise their sport or their retention of their shotgun or whatever it might be that they have with the firearms certificate. Now, under this legislation, and the Chairman has already referred to it, about facing imprisonment for a term not exceeding 12 months and facing a fine up to £20,000. Now, I paint the picture, go back to that Saturday morning where that group of people are going out pheasant shooting, whatever it might be, and the dogs that they have, who are specially bred for that purpose, they're good dogs, spaniels, whatever it might be, those dogs get the scent of a wild mammal, and they're off in pursuit of that wild mammal, and the owners are after them to try and restrain the dog, to get the dog back so they can get them to the destination that they're going to. Meantime, a police officer is observing this activity. According to the draft of what we have in front of us here, that police officer observes, obviously, an organised group of people who are, at that stage that police officer observes them, are in the act of hunting a wild mammal with dogs, which includes in any case where a wild mammal is pursued by one or more persons and one or more dogs are employed in that pursuit. Sure,
Deputy Speaker, I thank the member for giving way. I want to make 2 points that perhaps he could clarify. I think he's fairly clearly outlined so far he doesn't have a major difficulty with dealing with some of the elements of the bill that deal with the most brutal of country sports, or barbaric of country sports. But in relation to the legislative challenges, and maybe he could clarify the position of fox hunting, for example. But in relation to the legislative position and the intervention, if such a thing happened by the police, can I ask him, is that not exactly what happens currently with legislation that's designed to protect badgers, for example, where a dog innocently or instinctively followed the scent of a badger? Then that set of circumstances already exists, and as far as I'm aware, no one has been prosecuted on that basis. And secondly, in relation to the police, is it not quite simply that could also be applied to the situation with badgers, and thus far nothing has happened, and also we have to trust the police to make that judgment at the time? And other allegations against anyone in holding a firearms certificate may also have implications for them, not simply this.
Thank you very much indeed for that intervention. There is but one difference between the badger and some of these other mammals. The badger is largely a nocturnal animal, and people generally don't be out with dogs at that time of the night. Well, yes, but okay.
I appreciate the member giving way. Surely the issue is intent, and the law is clear that if people intend to pursue wild mammals, the issue is clearly about intent. I see no scenario, if this bill passes, I see no scenario where innocent people end up hauled in front of a court over an accident of their dog, picking up the scent and following it. It is clear that the bill is about the intent of pursuit of wild mammals.
I get what the member is saying, but if a police officer observes people, a group of people, with a group of dogs, and those dogs are in pursuit of a wild mammal, the police officer is duty-bound to assess that situation, be it rightly or wrongly, as they see it at that moment in time. Now, just allow me to expand on that, and I'm sure other members have dealt with people here who have got into problems, alleged or perceived or otherwise, with firearm certificates. Now, the implication of that is not only under, as I read the interpretation of this legislation, not only are they facing difficulties and possibly prosecution under this legislation, caught in that scenario by a police officer or officers, but they're doing so while in possession of a firearm. So, one is animal welfare, the other is quite clearly illegal use of a firearm, as it would be seen. Now, the consequences of that, and I have to say this in the context of the bill that we have here, are immediately, for a serious offence such as animal welfare, their guns are scooped, their shotguns are scooped, they're taken by the police and taken into safe holding. Now, and I know we've had a discussion, myself and Mr Blair, about this, and those issues can be left to be rectified by the Public Prosecution Service. From the initial guns being scooped until we all know legalities in the law and how it works, from statements being prepared by police, from those statements being passed to the Public Prosecution Service, and from that Public Prosecution Service actually delivering a decision, can take 12, 18, 24 months. With COVID over this last while, it has taken incredibly longer. Now, my point being is, even at that point of the Public Prosecution Service having made a decision to say, no prosecution here, at that point, the decision is not left to the Public Prosecution Service to return that person's firearm. The decision is left to Firearms and Explosives Branch, who can decide, based on what evidence they have, including the statements of police officers, whether that person is a fit person to return the firearm to. Now, that's the process. I've gone through it with many, many people over the years, and it's a fair indication as to how things can go, especially when this happens. Now, that brings me on to, and some of the legal, I have to pay tribute here, has just arrived this morning. Some of the legal aspects of this have been, the concerns around this have been raised by BASC, which is the British Association for Shooting and Conservation. Some detailed advice has come from a legal person around this. Now, my point being is, in that intervening 12, 14, 18 months, how long as it might be to arrive for the PPS to make a decision on this matter and FEB to return the gun. Yep, thank you, I'll wind up now. My point being is that that person's occupation, if they're an occupation which is sensitive, say veterinary surgeon, police officer even, probation officer, anyone in social services, their boss may be calling them in and saying, here, I hear you're being investigated for a very serious offence. Now, those are the issues that really need to be addressed around this, around that interpretation. And I appreciate Mr Blair having listened to us on Thursday whenever we raised these issues, and again on Thursday evening with the party. But I have serious concerns about, I don't dispute they're not intended consequences, but about the unintended consequences of the interpretation under Clause 6. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I hope I've made the time framework there.
Now call Rosemary Barton. And can I advise the member that I may have to interrupt as we're approaching question time at 2 p.m.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'll try and keep within the time limits for the opportunity to speak to this second stage debate this afternoon. Presently, Northern Ireland has no dedicated and specific legislation banning or regulating the hunting of mammals with dogs, unlike current legislation within England, Scotland and Wales, where hunting with dogs is either restricted or banned. We do, however, have legislation whose objective is to protect wildlife, such as the 2011 Wildlife and Natural Environment Northern Ireland Act, which prohibited hare coursing, but still permitted the possibility to hunt wild animals. There is also legislation in place to deal with the issue of attacks on people, livestock and other animals. While there are many that would debate that hunting with dogs is a necessity to keep predators like foxes under control, others would contend that this method of control is very cruel and causes unnecessary suffering before the animal dies. There are more humane, swifter methods of eradicating predators, such as foxes, that are a danger to young lambs and free-range fowl and ground nesting birds. In considering this bill today, we must remember that its aim is the introduction of a ban on the hunting wild mammals to death with dogs. This is a short bill with 10 clauses, but there are several that need greater clarification as to what the intention of the legislation is.
I'm grateful to Mrs Barton for giving way. At the second stage, what we consider is the general principles of the bill, and then further clarification that members wish can be provided at further stages. But can we all agree, as a general principle, that the hunting of a wild mammal to death with a pack of dogs is cruel and unnecessary?
Yes, that's what I've already said. Yes, indeed. In Clause 1, it is a offence to organise or participate in hunting. There is no clear definition as to what a participant is. Is this an individual in horseback out for a hack with their pet dogs, someone out in a country walk and their dog chasing a rabbit? In Clause 2, Part 2, again this is ambiguous by suggesting that trail hunting means any process in which one or more dogs are induced or permitted to follow the scent of a wild animal. A landowner walking across his or her fields with their dogs off a leash, who suddenly pick up on the scent of a wild mammal and give chase, must be protected. One cannot prevent the hunting instincts of a pet. I would also have concern that the current wording of the bill would end drag hunting. This allows the pursuits by dogs following an artificial scent. Drag hunting could also allow horse riders who formerly hunted to continue to meet, socialise and enjoy the countryside. In Clause 3, Part 2, terrier work refers to a process in which dogs are induced to enter a hole. However, there are other animals who also could be induced to enter a hole in the ground to force out a wild animal. Wild mammal to leave its hole. Is this permissible, as wild animals may have the same ending? Clause 4, Part 3, A and 3B, clarification is needed on the definition of serious damage. This is an evidential threshold. How is the damage measured? In Clause 4, Part 3, is this the stalking of wild mammals for animal food? Clarification is also needed. In Clause 6, Part 1, again we have ambiguity. If several people are out for a walk, or even the landowner and his family, who have several pet dogs along with them, and they become involved in the pursuit of a rabbit, an amendment needs to be added to ensure that ordinary pet owners in Northern Ireland are not criminalised by this bill. In conclusion, if this bill was to become legislation and hunts come to an end, consideration needs to be given to compensation for those men and women losing their jobs. Also, consideration needs to be given to the hounds that are specifically kept to accompany hunts. These animals are not pets, and therefore there is limited opportunities for them to become house pets. Further, will many of these hunt horses also be retired? What is their future? Mr. Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, I am content for the bill to pass this stage, but a lot of work is required on a number of clauses and assurances, given that alternative methods of eradicating what the agricultural community refer to as predators addresses the protection issues of farm livestock and also is not a hindrance to biodiversity.
Members, question time is due to commence at 2 p.m. I would ask, therefore, that members take their ease until then.
Okay, members, the sitting has resumed. Members, it is now time for questions to the Minister for the Economy. Question 10 has been withdrawn, and I call Jerry Carroll to ask the first question. Jerry Carroll.
Question number 1. Mr Speaker, I have not granted any petroleum licences, and there are currently no petroleum licences in place in Northern Ireland.
Supplementary, Jerry Carroll.
Thank you. Thanks for the Minister's answer. I don't know if that's exactly the case. Minister, given that there is widespread concern about the environmental impact of petroleum licensing on local habitats, people who work on the land, does he accept that we need to keep all fossil fuel reserves in the ground if we have a chance to stop climate change, and does he support a ban to prevent any progression of any future petroleum licences? Well, Mr Speaker, as he will be aware, one of my predecessors commissioned independent research into this issue. That report is being given consideration as part of the development of policy options for the future of petroleum licensing. The report will be published when the Department is in a position to publicly consult on the future options for petroleum licensing, but of course that needs to be considered and approved by the Executive first.
I call Keith Archibald.
And I thank the Minister for that response. I wrote to the Minister's predecessor in January 2020 setting out Sinn Féin's opposition to petroleum licensing in the North, and I understand the Department has had the report that the Minister refers to since July. The lack of clarity since then is causing anxiety and concern to communities who have also voiced clear opposition to petroleum licensing. So can the Minister at least provide a date for when the report will be published?
Well, Mr Speaker, I previously said that I hope to be able to take that to the Executive by the end of this year, and that still is my intention.
Stuart Dixon.
Mr Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answer with regards to this question. Minister, you'll be aware that there was recently a leak of information around this report. That is unhelpful in that we need to have the report in front of us so that everybody can see it. But Minister, can you indicate now the direction of travel that the Department will be going in to assure the public that we will no longer be exploring for petroleum or other carbon-based fuels in Northern Ireland, and that those fuels will be left in the ground where they rightly belong? We need a very clear statement from you, Minister, and from your Department with regards to this.
Well, Mr Speaker, of course this isn't just a decision for me, but rightly it is an executive decision. That's why independent research has been commissioned. That will be part of the evidence base that we use whenever we discuss this as an executive, and that report then will then be published once we consult on policy options.
Mark Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for your answer so far. Minister, in view of some of the comments made around the House, are there any live applications in the system that would include fracking, and has the Minister approved any?
Mr Speaker, that would be a no to both of those questions.
Moving on, call Doug Beattie.
Question 2, Mr Speaker.
Mr Speaker, the policy options consultation included a commitment to publish the energy strategy before the end of 2021, and this remains the case. It is my intention to bring the energy strategy to the Executive at its next meeting, subject to the approval of the First and Deputy First Minister. The energy strategy has been at an advanced stage, but I wanted to consider it in the context of recent steep global energy price rises, and through my attendance at COP26 I was also able to better understand the significant economic opportunities for Northern Ireland arising from global energy decarbonisation.
Supplementary, Doug Beattie.
Thank the Minister for that. I mean, it's good to see that it's still on track to be out before the end of this year. But would the Minister consider, in conjunction with the Communities Minister, setting up a fuel poverty task force to deal with that very real issue that people are facing today?
Well, Mr Speaker, the member is absolutely right to recognise the issue of fuel poverty and the problems that it is causing. It always has been a significant issue in Northern Ireland, but even more so now because of the unprecedented price increases in the current cost of gas, in particular at the wholesale price of that.
He will be aware that fuel poverty is the direct responsibility of the Department for Communities, and it's right that the Communities Minister leads on that. However, in the medium to longer term, I want to bring forward an energy strategy that actually addresses those issues in that time frame to make sure that we have affordable and secure energy supply in Northern Ireland.
Call Peter Weir.
And I think it's right that the Minister has paused to ensure that COP26, the reflections of that are reflected in the energy strategy, as well as actually the changing energy prices, which are not something that simply will be for very short-term side of things. Would the Minister agree with me that the key elements of any energy strategy have got to be energy security, but also actually for the burden that is placed upon our both consumers and businesses, affordability?
Yes, that's absolutely the case. Affordability is something that is to the fore of all of our minds right now. We recognise the impact that the cost of fuel is having on poverties, as Mr Beattie has already stated. And of course, all of our constituents are affected by this, and not just constituents as individuals, but businesses as well. That's why it's so vitally important that affordability is at the heart of everything that we do. And as well as making sure that we can have more affordable energy, we can also help people by making sure that they use that energy as efficiently as possible, which is why this is going to be a key part, I hope, of the strategy that executive colleagues will agree to, because of course the cheapest form of energy is the energy that you don't use at all, and I think that we need to be looking at how we can invest in our buildings in particular to ensure that we're as energy efficient as possible.
Well, Matthew O'Toole.
Minister, when we've asked the Department multiple times about issues like fuel poverty, we've been told to wait for the energy strategy. When we've asked about support for microgeneration, we've been told to wait for the energy strategy. Now, while that's understandable up to a point, you've said today it will be published before the end of the year. Can you give us certainty that when it's published you will come to the Assembly and allow us to question you on what's in the energy strategy, so that we can best understand that it's going to meet the very important energy transition questions and affordability questions we all have?
Well, Mr Speaker, it's always the case, I think, as a Minister, that I've opened myself up to the scrutiny of this Assembly, and I am more than happy to take any questions that any of the members have. This is a strategy that I think will receive broad support. It is one which all government departments have been working together on, and I understand and recognise the role of this House to ask those questions, maybe difficult questions at times, and I will be open to that.
Philip McGuigan.
Minister, the Department has already indicated that we won't see any legislation in this mandate coming from the energy strategy, but given the urgency of these issues, as others have already indicated, not least the need to move forward to decarbonise and also the massive impact of the rising cost of energy, can the Minister at the very least indicate what aspects of the strategy will be brought forward, and can I give a commitment that this will be done as soon as possible in the next mandate?
Well, Mr Speaker, I'm not able to give any commitment about what happens in the next mandate because, first of all, I may not be in this post, and secondly, I can't tie the hands of any future Minister or Assembly, so it will be up to them to decide. It's my job now to bring this strategy to the Executive. It will be up to the Executive to decide whether or not it gives it the support, but of course we'll want to move forward with what's in it as soon as possible, because that's how we'll make the difference and make the change and impact upon people's lives and on businesses and jobs as well.
Call William Irwin.
Number 3, Mr Speaker.
Mr Speaker, this change to the red diesel rebate is being progressed by HM Treasury and is not a taxation issue, which is within the scope of devolution. However, as Economy Minister, although I've had limited correspondence in relation to this change that will be taking place, I am aware of the impact that it will have on the construction industry in particular and the cost that that will add to consumers, but in particular in relation to mining and quarrying, waste management and commercial heating, there will be an impact here for businesses, and that will most likely be passed to consumers.
Supplementary, William Irwin.
Thank you. Can I thank the Minister for his response? Will the Minister accept there can be huge implications? I know, for instance, there are those that work for farmers in the morning and they may drive with a mechanical digger all day, and in the evening they're on a building site with a local bungalow doing excavation work. how do they change from one fuel to the other in a few hours? I mean, it's nearly impossible. It would be very difficult to work.
The member's absolutely right. There are changes here to various industries that will be taking place, but if you work in both with the same piece of machinery, that's the difficulty that's going to cause. I'm not sure if the government have thought all this through. It's an issue that I have in part already raised with the Finance Minister to take a lead on with the government at Westminster, but I think it's another example of the difficulties that it can cause and puts people that are in those businesses in particular into difficulty.
Speaker, the Minister will be aware that some key installations, not least power stations, have reserves of red diesel in case of emergency. Has the Minister secured an exemption for these installations?
So, Mr Speaker, the Finance Bill will require Northern Ireland electricity generators to replace the rebated fuel with white diesel prior to the 1st of April 2022. And that will result in Ballylumford and Kilroot burning existing stocks of red diesel in advance of the deadline to completely purge and clean storage tanks to accept white diesel. And of course, there are significant additional costs to replace the red diesel. I have been in correspondence in relation to this, but there has been no exemption secured for Northern Ireland at this point.
Melissa McHugh.
Concorda agus buíos leis an air fásta fahaine the Bratches Gujisha. Thank you, Minister, for your statement so far. Minister, just in relation to the red diesel, have you had any engagement with ministers in the Republic of Ireland, given the possible impact that the removal of red diesel rebate will have on businesses operating in the border regions, and I think of my own region in particular, where they will potentially be faced with two different sets of regulations?
No, I have not had those conversations with any ministers in the Republic of Ireland.
Chris Little.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Is the Economy Department on schedule to meet the targeted removal of red diesel from our roads?
Mr Speaker, I don't think that's a policy area of responsibility for my department.
Pass McGlone.
John Coyle, and thank the Minister for his engagement on this issue. Can the Minister advise what aspects or what measures his own department are attempting to take to mitigate the worst impact of this, in fact, this use of red diesel? Because we've heard of the technical aspects of it, but there is one very practical aspect, and that's the wait of 12 weeks to potentially get the redemption back on the money, the duty that you've paid. Or if representations have been made to Westminster around this particular matter.
Well, certainly it is the case that this is a taxation issue, and as a result, it is the Department of Finance that primarily engages with the Treasury on these issues. I have previously expressed some of the concerns I've had in relation to this. I have picked up more since that, so I will be having further correspondence with the government, first of all to ensure that they recognise the implications of the actions that they are taking, and then also to see what mitigations can be in place to protect us from the worst of those.
Paula Bradshaw.
Mr Speaker, in my statement to the Assembly on the 2nd of November 2021, I announced that I would be extending the deadline for people to use their Spend Local prepaid card from the 30th of November to the 14th of December. This provided a further 2 weeks for people to use their card. This will provide applicants, especially those who are receiving their cards now, a fairer timescale to use their card. It will also provide additional time for people who have already used their card to spend any remaining balance, no matter how small that may be, to support those businesses that were hit so hard by the pandemic. It remains the case that most people will have had at least 4 weeks to spend their card, but I do recognise that this will not be the case for everyone. To date, 1,399,877 cards have been dispatched, and 1,350,436 of these have been activated. And as of today, over £115 million has been injected into our local economy. I have been very encouraged with the feedback from local businesses, chambers of commerce and trade representatives from all parts of Northern Ireland, and they have been telling me how important the economic boost from the spend on the card has been and continues to be in helping them recover from the severest impacts of the pandemic. and I have and will continue to encourage everyone to fully spend their Spend Local prepaid card to support Northern Ireland's local businesses right up to the scheme closing date.
Supplementary, Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your response. And yes, some of the figures are very encouraging, but there remain some constituents of mine who have not yet received their card. I had a correspondence from a constituent today. He was advised on 26th that his details have been verified, and as of today he still hasn't got his card. Minister, there are a lot of people who are relying on this £100, not least those people who lost their jobs during the pandemic. What will you do for those people who have not received their cards? Will they be compensated? Thank you.
Mr Speaker, I'm sure that the member, like all other members of this House, have had constituents who are yet to receive their card. I'm pleased that another 4,500 cards are being sent out today. We are now using a next-day delivery service as well to ensure that the cards get out as quickly as possible. We believe that is important because it is in everybody's interest that they get their card. It's in everybody's interest that they spend what's on it as well. And MLAs are continuing to get in contact with the department to assist those who haven't yet received their card, and my department remains ready to help those who need it.
Stephen Dunn.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answers. Does the Minister believe the scheme is delivering upon the twin objective of both providing an economic stimulus to our high streets and also on reorientating people back away from clicks to bricks?
Mr Speaker, I believe that it has, and I think we need only look at the figures so far in terms of the uptake of the scheme and in terms of the spend. This far it's been very, very encouraging. I've spoken, as I've said, to chambers of commerce, to local retailers right across Northern Ireland, and everybody's saying the same thing, that they're getting people into their shops, retail premises, entertainment facilities, leisure facilities, who maybe haven't been in a while or wouldn't otherwise have come in if they hadn't had their card. So I think that's great news, and I want to thank everybody that's been involved in the promotion of this scheme, and I know people right across the House have been encouraging people to apply and to spend local. So I think it absolutely is bringing people and giving that short-term economic boost. Nobody can doubt that, but there is some evidence as well to suggest that people are not only going once and spending their card, but they're starting to come back again, or they're being brought into the high streets. They spend their card and then they come back because they see something in another shop. And we had some really encouraging statistics earlier on, towards the end of last week, which showed that the footfall in Northern Ireland on our high streets is significantly improved compared to other regions of the UK, Scotland, England and Wales. So I think it is working in both of those objectives, but I would just encourage people to continue to spend and make sure you use everything that's on your card and give as much of a boost to the high street as we can.
Well, Liz Kimmins.
And I thank the Minister for his answer so far. And like the previous member, I've been dealing with scores and scores of people who still haven't received their card, and hopefully less than just over a week out from the deadline. I hope they receive them very, very soon. But Minister, one of the other issues that there have been some concerns around is those people who have applied for the card but maybe haven't used it or activated it for whatever reason. And I would be interested if you could provide some figures on the numbers of eligible people who haven't applied for the card, or for those who have applied but haven't activated their card so far.
Mr Speaker, we don't have a list or the number of potential people who could have applied but didn't. I think we publicised it very well, the scheme. Our own estimates suggest that there was in around 1.4 million people in Northern Ireland, and then around 1.4 million people have applied. So I think there has been an exceptionally high uptake rate. In terms of those that haven't activated their card, as I said earlier, 1,399,877 people have had their cards sent to them, but 1,350,436 have had their card activated. So there's in around 50,000 people who've received their card but haven't activated it yet. I suppose you don't need to activate your card until you spend it, but I would encourage everybody to do that as soon as possible, and again encourage everybody to go out and make sure that it's spent before the deadline, and not only spend some of it but spend everything that's on the card. Last week on average there was £17 left on every card. Today that's £11, so people are using it up, but I would just encourage everybody to do it before the deadline.
Daniel Crossan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for the answers to questions so far, and I also want to put on record my thanks to his department for the swift way in which they are responding to our offices. It has been very helpful and has been quite swift as well on many occasions. Minister, there has been reference this week that 3,000 phone calls have been made per day to the department in relation to concerns around the scheme. I'm just wondering overall, what is the actual cost of the administrating of this scheme, aside from the actual cost of the cards themselves?
Mr. Speaker, I don't have that information there. I know it does exist. I don't have it here in front of me, but I'm more than happy to provide that to the member in writing. I hope he'll understand that I don't have all of that here, but happy to write to him with that information.
Nicole Roy Beggs.
Question number 5.
Mr. Speaker, throughout the pandemic, the Health and Safety Executive has sought to utilise the information emanating from the Public Health Agency and utilise this in a way that would assist employers to keep their staff safe and to allow them to continue to function. That advice has been offered not only through face-to-face inspections, but via email, telephone conversations, social media, and of course regularly updated advice on the Health and Safety Executive website. The Health and Safety Executive has no varies in areas such as leisure, retail and hospitality, but the role has been critical in ensuring that food production and processing, the transport and logistics sector, as well as key manufacturing sites, have been able to continue throughout the pandemic to protect our economy while keeping people safe in the workplace. And the Health and Safety Executive has provided direction or advice during 1,736 COVID-related site visits since the start of the pandemic.
Roy Begg, supplementary.
Minister, there have been some super-spreading events which have endangered both staff and patrons. I think in terms of the Ilk Disco in Tombridge, where over 200 young people contracted COVID and took it home to their families. So can I ask the Minister, does he accept that in such high-risk venues, COVID certificates or proof of a negative lateral flow test reduces the likelihood of the spread of COVID and ultimate pressures on our hospitals? And what role does the Health and Safety Executive play in monitoring and enforcing the regulations?
First of all, the Health and Safety Executive doesn't have any role. It doesn't have the legal powers or the people to enforce those regulations. So I don't think that that would be a way in which that we could enforce the regulations that are in place. In relation to his first question, we don't have any evidence, certainly no evidence was provided to us on how the COVID vaccine certification would actually help reduce the transmission of the virus. Negative lateral flow tests potentially could have some use because they're able to tell you about the immediate status, and I accept that. However, my concern with the negative lateral flow tests are first of all that they're self-certifying and there is a degree of room there for fraud. In relation to the vaccine passport certification themselves, certainly the evidence that I have seen from Oxford and from the Lancet shows that a vaccinated person and an unvaccinated person are just as likely to transmit the virus as anybody else. So therefore I don't think there is the strong evidence there that we would need in order to say that vaccine passports are going to significantly or in any way reduce the transmission of COVID-19. That's why I have concerns with them. That's why I believe that it's wrong for them to come in. There will be one big impact, though, and that will be on our hospitality sector in particular. And we have heard about the number of bookings that have been cancelled. We've heard about the concerns that many people have, and in particular what I have received from the hospitality industry is the cost and concerns around the implementation of such a scheme. That's where the difficulties have come from, and a lot of people feeling they're going to have to deploy additional staff to bring those in. So those are where my concerns come from, but certainly it's not a role for the Health and Safety Executive.
Gemma Dolan.
And I thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, earlier in the pandemic, the COVID engagement forum helped to make workplaces safe by bringing together trade unions, public health agencies and business representative groups together to shape an agreed COVID safety policy for the workplace. Do you agree that there needs to be a coordinated engagement on issues of compliance and enforcement?
Well, I think that clearly compliance with the rules that have been put in place are important, and enforcement is of course a very, very difficult area because who is going to do the enforcement in a lot of cases is the question that people are asking themselves. A lot of this responsibility has been left on hospitality and these other industries in particular, and that creates difficulty for them, and that's where a lot of the concern comes from as well. It's not a role that the Health and Safety Executive are able to jump into. I do want to say this though, because I think it's often missed. Hospitality and other industries, I think, have worked very well together and have spent an awful lot of time and effort and energy and money making their establishments as secure as possible. And I think if you look at some of the statistics as to where spread has potentially taken place, I think it shows the safety and relative safety of some of these establishments. And certainly I want to pay tribute to all of those who have absorbed that cost in order to keep people safe.
Matthew O'Toole.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, I agree that hospitality is vital, and hospitality has suffered a terrible 18 months, but I'm sure you will agree with me that it is critical to the functioning of the Executive in a pandemic that there's a unified message on public health measures from ministers once the Executive has agreed to them. To that end, could you confirm whether you authorised someone to leak a letter to the BBC 2 days after the Omicron variant was first established? On Friday the 26th of November, a letter from you outlining your supposed opposition to COVID certification.
Mr. Speaker, there have been many, many leaks across many, many months within the Executive, and I am not sure who is responsible for those leaks, but that has happened, and I think it's from many different people over that period of time. The member asked specifically in relation to a unity within the Executive. It's certainly my view that other ministers in the past have expressed their concern in relation to Executive policy. And sometimes they think it's gone too far, other times they think it hasn't gone far enough. And I was very open and upfront with Executive colleagues and also publicly about my position. And I don't need to hide behind anybody else leaking anything. I've been upfront about my position.
Stuart Dixon.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Minister. Minister, the message coming out from the Executive is that we're all in this together. Are your words today not rather undermining that message by giving mixed messages in relation to COVID certification, to lateral flow tests and to supporting agencies like the Health and Safety Executive, our public health officers and others? Are we not truly, Minister, all in this together? And is it not important that this Assembly, and particularly your Executive, speaks with one voice?
Mr. Speaker, I'm here to defend the hospitality industry, which I feel has been unfairly treated. I'm here to raise concerns that have been expressed about the impacts of the policies that have been put in place. I recognise that other Executive colleagues have taken a different decision. I think the Executive is united in wanting to make sure that we defeat this pandemic, that we get out to the other side. But my view is that we should take measures that are proportionate. I believe that we should take measures that are evidence-based and that actually deal with the issues. And I think it's right that I express those concerns.
Harry Harvey.
Question 6, Mr. Speaker.
Mr Speaker, the utility regulator is responsible for regulating the electricity and gas industries in Northern Ireland, including prices where necessary, and maintains continuous engagement with energy providers as part of this process. I do not have the power to halt fuel price increases. However, my officials continue to work with the utility regulator and the Consumer Council to ensure that consumers are protected as much as possible through the regulated domestic tariff regime for both electricity and gas in Northern Ireland.
And that ends the period for list of questions, members. We now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions. Question 5 and 9 have been withdrawn, and I call Pat Ketney.
Just come from a task force which is set up to regenerate the High Street, and we must get more business people on that. Minister, what is your department doing to tackle the incorrect information being sent to licensed premises about their liability and risk of legal action if they are to enforce the rules on domestic COVID certificates?
Mr Speaker, I'm not aware of what it is that the member is referring to, but if he wants to illuminate me, I'll be more than happy to look into that.
The licensed premises that have contacted the owners are writing out to me to tell me and to inform me that they're getting threat letters from your department if they don't enforce these. Whether that is 100% correct or not, I'm not sure. But no, all help should be given to licensed premises in order to see that they can open safely and agree with the rules as such laid down. Minister, if you agree with me then that the only way to keep those businesses open this Christmas is to do all we can to prevent the spread of the virus, including promoting the rollout of booster vaccines and the full use of the domestic COVID certificates. Do you agree with me on those few lines, Minister?
Well, Mr Speaker, first of all, I'm not aware of any threatening letters that have been sent out by my department. I'm more than happy to... I don't really think you can come in. I think this is question time rather than a debate, but I'm more than happy to speak to the member afterwards if he can give me some evidence of this. I'm more than happy to do that. And yes, I think we should do all that we can to prevent the spread of this virus. And I think I've set out quite clearly my view and my position when it comes to COVID certification. I look at the evidence, I look at what's happened elsewhere, I look at other jurisdictions that haven't taken this any further because of the lack of evidence that it has worked. That is my position because I look to the hospitality industry, recognise the concerns that they have expressed and want to do everything I can to help that sector.
Caller Leah Flynn.
And I know this issue actually came up earlier in question time, but I just wanted to ask the Minister, I'm aware that with the High Street voucher scheme, 6 million was put in to administer the scheme, and then an email was sent out, I think there was a deadline of midnight on Sunday night for people that had inquiries if they haven't received their cards as yet. So my question is, what is being done to ensure that all those people who, as of today, haven't received a card, what's being done to ensure that they will receive one, or will they receive one before the deadline? Thank you.
I thank the member for her question, and this was raised earlier on in question time, and I had made the point that we're doing everything that we can to make sure everybody that was verified is now getting their card. That includes moving to next day delivery, so that we make sure that people are getting their cards as soon as possible. We have a team in the department that is working, going through these emails and trying to get those out. So we're doing everything that we can. We understand the concerns that exist out there. Another 4,500 went out today. More will come out in the coming days, and I hope that people will be able to get those as soon as possible so they can spend them locally.
Supplementary, or Leah Flynn.
Yep, thank you, and hopefully that will be reassuring because I know there is many people, and we're all getting the inquiries for those that haven't actually physically received their card yet, so hopefully that's in process. Just as a follow-on question then, Minister, I would like to ask, the rationale behind the scheme was obviously around, creating economic stimulus for the economy, and I'm just wondering if, even at this early stage, can the department provide any estimates as to how much of a stimulus has actually been created?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we do know that £115 million has been spent in our local economy, and you will be aware, I'm sure, of the figures from Retail NI. Whenever we spend local, 63% of that is recycled within the local economy. It's too early to say exactly the impact that it's had. We know it's been incredible. We know that it has had a fantastic effect in terms of the footfall in our town and city centres over the course of the last month in particular. So I think that's really, really important that we have that in place for the footfall alone, but there will be longer term economic benefits that come from this as well, because as I'd said earlier on, people are going back into the high street again. People are going again and again after they've used their cards. So yes, it's about a short-term economic boost, but it's also about getting that interest back in our high street again and showing people what there is on offer. The fact that you can go physically into a shop, that you can buy something that you can take home that day, that you have the customer service as well, all in one place, and the feedback from retail in particular has been fantastic.
Murphy.
Can Collier, and I'd like to thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, as you know, we are in the midst of a climate crisis, and communities will suffer if we don't take action now to reduce our carbon footprint, to allow the creation of an oil and gas industry in the north in the face of overwhelming evidence of the harm that this industry will cause. This will have serious consequences on our communities. Can you confirm if a ban on petroleum licensing is among the options you are considering to present to the Executive following your examination of the health report?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I said in a previous answer to Mr. Carroll, I think it was, these issues will all be considered by the Executive. I'm going to be taking that paper, I hope, in the coming weeks to the Executive. It'll be up to us collectively to make a decision, and that's when they will then publish the report.
Supplementary, Murphy.
Thank you, Minister. Sorry, I've just lost the second one. Yeah, we are now 6 months on. This is in relation to the Hatch report itself. We're now 6 months on, and its contents has still not publicly been released. Minister, could I ask the reasoning behind the delay in the public release of the Hatch report?
The reason for the delay is that I want to take this to Executive colleagues first to get the way forward on a policy decision, and then at that stage I will be releasing the report to the public.
Call Claire Bailey.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm staying with the Hatch report. The Minister be aware, of course, that a leaked copy claiming to be the Hatch report is appearing on social media, and I'm sure you're too busy to have kept an eye on that and read it yourself, but I'm sure your departmental officials have. Minister, can I ask if that report is the one on your desk?
Mr. Speaker, I congratulate the member on her ingenuity in asking that question. However, as I've said before, the report will be published once the Executive has made its decision, and I'll not be commenting on any leaks before then.
Supplementary, Claire Bailey.
Thank you. Then can I seek some assurance then from the Minister that he can assure this House that absolutely no farmland in Northern Ireland will be given over to the fracking industry?
Well, Mr. Speaker, these will be decisions for the Executive to take, and as I've said before, I hope to bring that paper to the Executive very shortly with a decision to be made, and then the report can be released.
And Jerry Carroll's not in the seat, and I call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Minister for the Economy if he can give us an update on the preparations for the Holiday at Home scheme?
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, the Holiday at Home scheme is now not proceeding. I had looked forward to being able to bring this scheme through, because I recognise the difficult time that hotels and the hospitality industry more generally has had over the last number of months. I had brought this to my department. They were considering the business case for the scheme, but were unable to confirm that it offered value for money. However, because I believed that it would give that much-needed boost and combine private and public sector money, that it would have been worth considering. So I therefore issued a ministerial direction to my departmental accounting officer, and that required it to be taken to the Executive or to the Minister of Finance. Unfortunately, the Executive was not willing to approve the scheme, and neither was the Department for Finance. So unfortunately, it will now not be able to progress.
Supplementary, Palm Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answer, although it is a very disappointing answer. What more can be done in terms of your department to ensure that support does go to those smaller businesses in the tourism industry, such as B&Bs, going forward now that the scheme is not going to go ahead?
Yeah, and that's exactly why I wanted to bring the scheme in, because I knew it would have created a significant economic boost. Again, with the High Street scheme, we had the £100 cards, and we saw the huge impact that had on our high streets. This scheme would have been a little bit different. It wouldn't have been open to everybody, but it would have required that public financing as well as people having to use their own money. So I thought that would have been a really good way to boost the economy and keep the hospitality and hotel sector in particular going during those really difficult months of January, February and March time. I have, however, managed to secure an additional £6.5 million of funding to enable Tourism Northern Ireland and Tourism Ireland to undertake significant additional marketing to promote our tourism offer in Great Britain and internationally during the remainder of the financial year. And so I hope in some way that does help those businesses that are struggling in that way. However, it is also estimated that around £1.6 million of expenditure within the High Street scheme has been with accommodation providers and tourism attractions. So I hope that in some way that has given that little bit of support. But like I say, I'm very disappointed that I wasn't able to secure support for what could have been really beneficial measures during a really difficult time.
Could I ask the Minister, just in regard to the High Street voucher scheme, has the Minister given any consideration, given that it appears there, indeed from my office, that there appears there are quite a few who haven't received the card yet? Has the Minister given any consideration to extension of the cut-off date for the card?
Well, Mr. Speaker, my focus right now is on dealing with these applications that are outstanding. Like I've said in responses to answers before, 4,500 are due to be sent out again today. It's incredible that we have just a couple of hundred shy of 1.4 million people card. 1.4 million cards have been sent out to people. It's unfortunate that there are a very, very small number that are left, but I'm doing everything that I can to make sure they get those as soon as possible.
Supplementary, Pat McGlone.
Thanks very much. But can I ask the Minister if you've ruled out the possibility of an extension, because some of these people are older, maybe with disabilities, and it's just not the easiest thing for them to turn them around within the expenditure round within just a day or two, which is, we're coming very close. And just incidentally, it could be your forbearance, Mr. Speaker, could I pay tribute to those staff who have been working at the department, and also yourself for your cooperation over weekends and the likes to turn these cards around. I could name some of them individually, but that would be inappropriate to the rest of them, I'm sure, that are working away very, very hard and trying to get the expenditure out the door.
No, that's okay, Mr. Speaker. I can just take all the credit myself if you want. But no, I do appreciate the work that MLAs have done as well in bringing these to our attention. It's in our interest to make sure that everybody gets the card. We'll be doing everything that we can to push that on, and we'll consider. I think we'll have a better idea of where we're at tomorrow in terms of the cards that are still outstanding.
Well, Marsh Bradley.
Mr. Speaker, to ask the Minister, did he see any opportunities in the Middle East following his recent visit there that would come to Northern Ireland and be specific to Northern Ireland?
Yes, absolutely, Mr. Speaker. I think that the visit to Dubai a couple of weeks ago demonstrated a range of opportunities that exist for Northern Ireland. Firstly, there's those opportunities to link our further and higher education systems closer together and make sure that we make the most of those links that we have established in recent years. I think there's also huge opportunities for Northern Ireland companies who are exporting to not just the United Arab Emirates but right across the Middle East, and we heard again and again during our visit the real opportunities that now exist with Saudi Arabia, and I was pleased to meet with representatives from Saudi Arabia as well. But the outlook is really positive in terms of new opportunities that exist in cyber, AI, fintech, agri-tech, med-tech. So there are many, many opportunities for us there, and it's important that we're out in those markets and that we're making most of those opportunities.
That's a brief question and response, please, from Maurice Bradley. Supplementary.
Speaker, thank you very much, Minister, for your answer there. Will the Minister be given as much financial support, especially to the higher education establishments and attracting students from Saudi Arabia?
Yes, absolutely. We have fantastic opportunities not only to partner with other further and higher education establishments in the wider Middle East, but also to get more international students, particularly from that region, in. The connections that we are building up in the United Arab Emirates will help to get more of those students here in Northern Ireland.
Members, time is up. Members, please take your ease before we move on to next questions to the Minister for Education.
Thank you, members. We're now moving on to questions to the Minister for Education. I can advise the House that questions number 7, 11 and 13 have been withdrawn. The first question is Ms Sinead Bradley, who will be asking it remotely. Ms Bradley. We can bring up Ms Bradley on the screen, please.
Question 1.
On the 24th of November 2021, the High Court delivered its judgment in a case where some contents of a post-primary school's admissions criteria for transfer 2021 were challenged by an applicant. In its judgment, the Court found that a criterion prioritising boys whose father or guardian attended the school, and I should clarify that this is an all-boys school, was found to be unlawful in that it represented unjustified indirect discrimination contrary to Article 18 of the Race Relations Northern Ireland Order 1997. The drawing up of admissions criteria is a matter for individual boards of governors, and my department cannot compel schools to use specific criteria. What my department can do, however, is issue guidance to schools on the post-primary admissions process that schools must by law have regard to. In the most recent guidance, which issued in November 2021, my department specifies the criteria that it is recommended schools should and should not use. One type of criterion it is recommended the schools should not use is any familial criteria beyond sibling currently attending the school. My department has now written to all post-primary schools to draw their attention
to the judgment of the court and to advise that such an admissions criterion should not be used, nor should any similar criterion. Given the timing of the judgment, my department extended the deadline for submission of admissions criteria by post-primary schools to allow boards of governors to review their draft admissions criteria for transfer 2022, if necessary.
Ms Bradley for supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I ask the Minister what plans she has to do an evaluation across the system to be prepared for any disruption that this may cause?
And I thank the member for a question. And obviously, my department has written to all of the schools who would possibly be affected by this. I don't anticipate there will be a great deal of disruption. However, what we have done is ensured that any lessons learned, particularly even in relation to Transfer 2021, are reflected in guidance and communication to post-primary schools.
Mr Pat Sheehan.
Thank you, Minister, for answers so far. And there were numerous reports last year of post-primary schools using admissions criteria that ran counter or contradicted the guidance from the department. And despite the distress and upset being caused to children and their parents, there is no sanction or repercussion for schools who don't adhere to the guidance. Is it not time, Minister, for this guidance to be put on a statutory footing so that our school children are protected and supported?
And I do thank the member for his question. And just with regards to sanctions, with regards to those schools who obviously had quite a number of appeals upheld, my department has written to them. We are in a position where we are evaluating the outcome of that. I expect that action will be taken by against boards of governors who continue to go against the guidelines which the department has issued. However, you will know that the setting of admissions criteria is by law a matter of for school boards of governors, and my department does issue advice. And while schools must by law have regard to this guidance, the setting of admissions criteria does still remain a matter for schools. Uniform admissions criteria would mean that in many instances the same children would be prioritised at all schools, so in effect then that creates an additional problem which would then need to be reflected.
Mr Chris Little.
Principal Deputy Speaker, it is regrettable that it required legal action for schools to follow the Department of Education guidance, but can I ask what action the Education Minister has taken to implement the Fair Start Expert Panel recommendation that the, and I quote, systemic inequality of academic selection for admissions be addressed as a priority?
The member will be aware that issues in relation to schools which use transfer as a means for criterion is very much up to those individual schools.
Mr Harry Harvey.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for answers thus far. Minister, we are approaching the end of the transfer test for September 2022 admission, and given that some children may not have been able to sit one or more of the tests due to COVID, would the Minister be in a position to outline what may happen in that situation? Thank you.
I thank the member for his question. He will be aware that the tests that are operated by PTC are held in one day, and there is a supplementary assessment this Saturday for any child who could not sit the first test. AQE tests were held over consecutive Saturdays, and it's therefore possible the child who did test positive for COVID could have missed more than one test. While neither the entrance tests nor the content of schools' admissions criteria are a matter for my department, guidance has previously issued to schools highlighting the importance of a special provision route in a school's admissions criteria. The special provision route can cater for applicants who have not been able to sit the tests by providing a means of assessing their applications in line with other applications. In a sense, this is no different to other years where illness may have prevented a child from sitting entrance tests. The approach taken will be determined by each school, and parents in this position can see the approach adopted by their preferred schools when criteria are published on the 12th of January 2022.
Claire Bailey.
Deputy Speaker. Minister, what actions can either you or your department take in the case of an appointed board members to voluntary grammars specifically if they were found to be acting unlawfully or not adhering to TNC?
Okay, I thank the member for her question, and obviously there must be something behind that question, and I'd be happy to speak to the member in relation to that.
Mr. John Blair.
Speaker, question number 2.
We need to be very clear. The Gillen report does not recommend a review of the minimum content on relationships and sexuality education. Indeed, it does not recommend greater legal prescription within the curriculum as an immediate course of action. Rather, it calls on my department to encourage schools to include issues around serious sexual offences within their curriculum. Only if that proves ineffective does it recommend mandating legislation. My department is therefore taking forward important work to enhance support, resources and training for schools. A wide range of resources have been developed and are available on the SEA RSE Hub. This approach is designed to improve confidence and capacity in RSE. Violence against women and girls was specifically prioritised as requiring additional curriculum resources and guidance. Violence against women and girls was specifically prioritised as requiring additional curriculum resources and guidance. My department has also been working with the Department of Justice to consider the issues specifically raised in the Gillen Review. As a consequence of this work, I've asked my officials to prepare additional guidelines for schools setting out the importance of ensuring the issues highlighted by the Gillen Review, including serious sexual offences and consent, to make sure that they are covered within the curriculum. In response to concerns about sexual offences, mainly against girls, my department has commissioned the Education and Training Inspectorate to carry out an evaluation of the approaches and challenges in delivering effective preventative safeguarding practicalities in schools. The evaluation will provide an important evidence base on the teaching of RSE in the curriculum and on the issue of violence against girls. We need to build a clear and up-to-date picture of provision in schools to inform the most appropriate next steps.
Mr. Blair.
Principal Deputy Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for that answer, particularly the priority given to the amount of reference to the very serious issue of violence against women and girls. In light of that, can I ask the Minister if she has met the Justice Minister, if there's a plan to meet the Justice Minister and when that might take place?
And I thank the member for his question. The Justice Minister met my predecessor, Peter Weir, earlier this year, and as a consequence of that, work has been continuing, very close work has been continuing between officials, particularly on the Education and Awareness Working Group. I'm content and happy to meet with the Justice Minister as that work progresses, and as he'll note, there's considerable work has been undertaken by my department alongside and in conjunction with the Department of Justice.
Mr. Robin Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. Obviously a very serious question being asked here, Minister, and indeed one that requires wide consultation. So could I ask the Minister what consultation she or her department officials have had with the churches on this matter?
Yeah, and I thank the member for his question, and obviously my department consults with a broad range of groups with regards to all aspects of policy. In November 2020, SEA set up an RSE task and finish group with representatives from my department, Evangelical Alliance, Christian Action, Research and Education, Love for Life, the Christian Institute, the Baptist Association and the Elim Group of Churches to carry out specific engagement with Christian churches around the RSE Hub project. And the aim of this group is to ensure that a Christian perspective is developed and promoted and shared on the Hub.
Nicola Brogan.
I thank the Minister for answers so far. Minister, I am deeply concerned though in the delay in taking forward the recommendations for a review into the RSC minimum content order. Our children and young people deserve RSC that is fact-based, inclusive and age-appropriate, and we should see it being consistent and mandatory across all of our schools. So can I ask the Minister when we were likely to see progress on this issue, please?
I thank the member for a question, and as I did say in the main response, that Gillen raises a number of important issues for my department and indeed others which it's working to address. But I suppose it is really worth noting that none of the recommendations included in Sir Justice Gillen's report refer to amendments to the minimum contact order. And there are, as the member will be aware, issues around being prescriptive with regards to a number of these things. However, what we do need to do is to ensure that our teachers are given the ability to have appropriate resources and to be able to develop their confidence and their competence. But Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, my department hasn't been found wanting in this either, in that we have actually been working through a number of programmes in order to give effect to Sir Justice Gillen's review. We've been liaising, as I say, with Department of Justice. We've been working very closely with schools in relation to this, and obviously with SIA in ensuring that there is appropriate resource made available to teachers. We have worked as a department since the Marshall report on child sexual exploitation in 2014 was published, and in fact I contributed to that report at the time. So we have been working very closely with SIA in developing the hub and making sure that there are appropriate resources in place.
Mr. Capel-Boylan. Let a hold question number 3, please.
My department's guidance seeks to balance the need to ensure a safe environment with the need for children to access face-to-face teaching. I've therefore been led by public health advice on COVID mitigations in schools. On contact tracing in schools, we have moved on considerably from the start of the school year, when large numbers of pupils were having to self-isolate as close contacts. This caused disruption in schools, with large numbers of children missing school, and increased pressure on principals. In his open letter on the 9th of September, the Chief Medical Officer explained that it was the right time for the PHA to lead on contact tracing in schools and to use a more targeted approach to the identification of pupil close contacts. The more targeted approach taken by the PHA in identifying close contacts in school has resulted in improved attendance figures in schools. The PHA leading on contact tracing has reduced the burden on teachers and school leaders, who are no longer required to have a role in contact tracing. I understand the concerns that some members of this House and parents have expressed around the current approach to contact tracing, and it was not an easy decision. However, I believe it was right that the Minister of Health and I accepted the professional advice of the Chief Medical Officer on this issue. As a result, it has significantly reduced the disruption for pupils, parents and schools. I recognise that the current high number of COVID cases, both in the community and in schools, has made it very challenging for schools. Many schools are experiencing difficulties at present with teacher absenteeism and availability of substitute teachers as a consequence of this.
I could thank the Minister for her answer. Minister, the Executive has made it clear the need to refocus and redouble our efforts to bring COVID infections under control and avoid further restrictions. Our school communities obviously have a role to play in that, but many school leaders feel they are not receiving adequate support. So my question is, can I ask the Minister what further measures she will take to ensure the safety of our pupils, their families and school staff?
Thank the member for his question, and I don't underestimate the pressure that there is on schools particularly, and obviously on families who are being affected. But the Executive was very clear in relation to the fact that we have to make sure that our young people maximise the number of days that they are in school, because I think the long-term impacts on them with regards to not only their education but also their mental and emotional well-being is incredibly important, and we need to be mindful of that. There are mitigations that are specified in my department's guidance to schools, and obviously there's a range of mitigations that will have to be put in place at the school level to reflect individual circumstances of each school. The guidance allows school leaders to be flexible in how they manage COVID risks in their school, and this builds obviously on the learning that will have been gained over the course of the pandemic. Schools are encouraged to take a cautious and very much a risk-based approach to the operation of their school. The executive decided in August that post-primary pupils should continue to wear face coverings, and this is obviously based on public health advice, and this continues to apply. There will also be asymptomatic testing programmes for post-primary and special schools and all school staff. The PHA vaccination programme, as you'll be aware of, continues to be rolled out to those aged 12 and over. Schools are also advised to maximise ventilation wherever possible, and EAA are supporting schools that identify issues with this, including the provision of CO2 monitors. Schools are also encouraged to maintain pupils in consistent groups where possible and to promote good hand and respiratory hygiene practices, and schools are encouraged to facilitate social distancing. My department has also issued guidance to schools in respect of remote learning and allowing them the flexibility to do this. Employing authorities are working very closely with schools who are experiencing staff difficulties to provide additional help in making sure that they have appropriate teaching cover where available. So we are very mindful of all this, and we are being responsive to schools when they require assistance.
Mrs. Diane Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. And I think we will all agree with the Minister that it is of the highest priority to keep all of our young people in school, not just for their education, but for their emotional health and well-being. Could the Minister, in light of the rising number of infections, maybe perhaps give the House a flavour of the number of pupils who are in attendance at school at the moment?
Thank the member for her question. My officials obviously monitor weekly and monthly pupil attendance levels, and that will inform all relevant partners regarding absent trends. It's clear that attendance levels in the current academic year are not as high as we would ideally like. A primary level overall attendance for September to October period was 93.2%. In the same period last year, it was 95.1%, which is a reduction of 1.9. At post-primary level for the same period, overall attendance was 91% this year. This compares to 93.1% for the same period last year, a 2.1% reduction. While obviously COVID impacts attendance levels, it's not just the only factor. Based on the weekly attendance figures for the week up to the 22nd of November, COVID-19 absences accounted for 1.9%, where pupils were learning from home and therefore present accounted for 1.2%. All other absences, including authorised and unauthorised absence, accounted for 8.8% of the total. So really what we can conclude from that data is that while COVID is a factor, it's not by any means the only factor at play.
Paula Bradshaw.
Deputy Speaker. Minister, there's a lot of rumours and speculation that you will have a circuit breaker coming up to Christmas. Can you confirm or deny that? Thank you.
And I thank the member for her question. And obviously this has been mooted. Actually, this was mooted in August before schools started back, that there would be a circuit breaker at Halloween, and that didn't happen. And I know that there have been a number of press queries and statements in relation to that. There are no plans for mass closure or use of a circuit breaker in schools at this point. The Executive's decision on COVID responses in school has been and will continue to be guided by the medical and scientific evidence, and you will be mindful of the fact that there was a statement made on behalf of the Executive last Thursday which reiterated that position in relation to schools. I am aware of the harm that's been caused to children and young people by school closures. It's in all of our interests that we continue to provide access to classroom-based teaching for all pupils. And I think really as a society, while we were very conscious of watching out for the health service, I think we need to be very mindful that we watch out for our schools and ensure that the behaviour that we have outside of the classroom is reflected in that, and that we do protect our schools by how we behave in playgrounds and in various other settings to ensure that schools do not then become infected.
Mr. Roy Beggs.
Question number 6.
Number 4.
Abbey Community College was announced as a major capital works project in June 2014. A business case for the project was approved, with the preferred option being identified as a new build site at 3 Mile Water in Newton Abbey. The site is currently owned by Antrim and Newton Abbey Borough Council. The estimated cost for the project is in the region of £34.3 million. This will provide accommodation and outside play facilities for the school, whose approved enrolment number is 820 pupils. RIBA Stage 2 concept design approval was granted by the Department on the 20th of October this year, and Stage 3 detailed design is in progress. A planning proposal for application notice has been lodged, and a planning pre-application community consultation event took place on the 24th of November 2021 by webinar. It's anticipated that a full planning application will be lodged early in 2022. Subject to planning approval being granted and successful site acquisition, it's anticipated that construction work on the new build site will commence in 2023. The estimated construction period is 24 months, with construction expected to be completed for the 2025-26 academic year. Following the school's decant to the new building, it's intended that the existing school building will be demolished, and thereafter the Education Authority will consider the future use of the site.
Mr. Beggs.
Minister, it's some 6 years since the Abbey Community College opened its doors following the amalgamation of Monkstown Community School and Newton Abbey Community College. Does the Minister agree that amalgamations which follow the area plan, which is designed to improve educational outcome, particularly for young people that have not been reaching their full attainment, should be better supported and encouraged rather than experience such delays, and will she ensure that there would not be any further delays, and further to that, would she ensure that Carrickfergus Academy will not take such a long time to get to this stage in the future?
Thank the member for his question, and I agree with him in relation to how the process is. However, we're in a situation where this amalgamation took place quite a considerable time ago, back in 2014, and as a consequence of that, then it has taken quite a considerable amount of time. I understand that the challenges that were presented were actually in identifying a suitable site that would provide sufficient space to accommodate the accommodation that was required, plus outdoor play facilities, and a number of site searches had to be conducted. It then followed through that a business case was required to test options, and it took several months then to complete the business case. I genuinely don't disagree with the member whenever he talks about the length of time that's required, particularly for amalgamations. And these are discussions which I have had with officials, because there are a number of similar schools, not only in East Antrim but right across Northern Ireland, which have found themselves in the same position, in that development proposals are brought forward, and there's obviously certainly a carrot presented of the prospect of a new school, and it can take many years for this actually to come to fruition. And certainly those pupils who are in the school at the time of a DP being proposed are unlikely then to see the benefits of the new school. So I am in agreement with the member in relation to that, and I do think that the system needs to be refined in order to reflect that.
Mr. Stuart Dixon.
Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, and indeed thank you to my colleague from East Antrim for raising these important issues, both about Abbey Community College and also Carrickfergus as well. Minister, while there is a general welcome, indeed a very important welcome for the planning application for the Community College at Monkstown at Abbey, Minister, concern has been raised by constituents with me about the potential loss of a statutory Education Authority youth provision within the existing school building. There is one in the existing school building, but none is planned for the new school building. Can the Minister outline the plans to deliver a statutory youth provision in the area that may be lost as a result of the demolition of the old school building?
And I thank the member for his question, and I'm assuming that he is referring to the relocation of the Bridge Youth Club. I understand that the EA Youth Capital team are considering options in relation to the relocation of that. And as it currently operates within the Abbey Community College, a technical feasibility report to identify options and costs for the relocation of the club has been commenced by the EA, and then following completion of this, a full business case will also need to be completed to consider and approve the preferred option and anticipated costs for the project. And for the members' information, obviously controlled youth capital is a separate funding stream from the controlled schools funding stream. But I understand that obviously proposals for the youth centre at Doak Road site may have implications for other providers in the area, and this would also need to be taken into consideration.
Mr. Jerry Kelly.
Going by this last night, I thank the Minister for her answer up tonight. The Minister will be aware that College to First in West Belfast is hugely oversubscribed, and she will probably also be aware that because you mentioned sign-ups to the enrolment, that there is also a huge list to get into it. Under our duty as the statutory duty to encourage and facilitate Irish medium education, could she detail where we are in terms of the development of an additional campus for College to First?
The member for his question, and I understand that there are pressures on the current site, and that there is a capital works programme for additional classrooms which is currently out for tender. I understand that, although I don't have the detail, I understand that my officials have been working very closely with the sectoral representatives to identify and examine potential sites and various options in North Belfast and also the wider Newton Abbey area for quite some time. But I can assure you assure the member that the work will continue in relation to sort of examining feasibility of sites identified, and if there are other options which are brought to their attention, they will obviously look at those too. But I am very mindful of the duties that I have, and as are my officials.
Sir George Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Principal Speaker. Just asking the Minister if there's any update on the new sports hall for Limavady High School after her recent visit to the school.
And I thank the member for his question, and unfortunately I don't have an update for that at this stage, and I'm happy to come back to the member.
All politics is local. Mr. Stephen Dunn.
Principal Deputy Speaker, question number 5.
The Safer Schools Northern Ireland app is a one-stop shop digital library of age-appropriate safeguarding resources for teacher, parents, carers and children and young people. I formally launched the app on the 9th of November 2021, and in the short time that has elapsed since then, some 50% of schools have now been registered and have access to their new Safer Schools NI app. The app provides schools with access to contemporary, credible and relevant online safety guidance and alerts. It's helping schools navigate online challenges and is offering advice on how parents and carers can make online devices safer for their children. In cases where school staff encounter online abuse, having access to the Safer Schools NI app and to the professionals who provide it will enable up-to-date support to be given to schools quickly. Helping our children and young people stay safe in the digital world has never been more important. I would encourage all schools to register for the app if they have not done so already, and I would strongly encourage school staff, parents, carers and pupils to download the app by doing so we can help our school communities be safer online.
I'm afraid that's the conclusion of this element of question time. We now move on to topical questions, and the first person on my list is Ms Paula Bradshaw.
Well, Deputy Speaker, Minister, I rise in connection to the CO2 monitors. A constituent of mine contacted me to say that one of the lights had turned red on one of the monitors, and when they asked for guidance on what the school was meant to do in that situation, there weren't any. So could you please give us an update on what schools do if a monitor turns red? Thank you.
I thank the member for her question, and that's actually probably getting into the technical details in relation to that. What I would be advising is obviously that they do contact EA, and obviously if that support isn't coming freely enough, well then I'm happy to follow up on behalf of the member with the school.
Yes, when they asked for guidance, is that there wasn't any, but my supplementary question relates to HEPA air filter. I'm just wondering, are you going to actually purchase those for the school as well, just to purify the air? Thank you.
Okay, thank the member for her question. And obviously, as she's aware, there was £2 million secured by my department through the October monitoring round, and that was for the purchase of CO2 monitors and other ventilation works. I understand I've had conversations with my officials and obviously with EA with regards to filtration units. What they are doing is actually assessing each school as a request comes in. And I do understand that while there's a divided opinion as to whether or not they do as they say they do, I think the focus will probably primarily be on those schools or those rooms which do not have windows. And I have actually witnessed going out and around schools that probably more and more storerooms are now being used as classrooms, particularly for Engage and for counselling and so on. So there probably are many more rooms that probably may require something like that. However, that is something that EA are responding to on a case-by-case basis. But I would actually probably just draw attention to the fact that EA have now 10,000 CO2 monitors. And at this point in time, my information is that only 45 schools have requested them and only 400 have been distributed. So I would encourage schools who need them to certainly put that request in, because we do have them.
Ms Ciara Ferguson.
Speaker, Minister, you will be aware of reports that up to 20% of schools have experienced at least partial closure, particularly due to staff shortages. School leaders are being left increasingly in difficult positions to access substitute cover. So can I ask the Minister to update us on her plans to ensure schools have access to adequate substitute cover in the time ahead?
I thank the member for her question, and obviously the employing authorities are working very closely with schools in order to try to address this. As should be aware, the NISTA register has in the region between 7,000 and 8,000 teachers registered. However, there are challenges with that, in that maybe 3,000 of them are on sort of longer term or temporary contracts, and it is really incumbent on schools and also the supply teacher to ensure that NISTA are notified that they are in employment, because it does create a challenge for principals whenever they're having to sit at the last minute trying to ring round maybe 70 to 100 different individuals to see whether they're available to come into their schools. As I've said in previous response, EA do have a designated named officer for human resources in the emergency resourcing team, who work closely with schools in order to try to address this. I have looked at other options which have been suggested in order to see if we can maybe enhance the register. We've looked at the options around student teachers, retired teachers, staff within the ETI and EA, and also volunteers, because you may be aware that last year the department did put out a call for volunteers who could supervise within schools, and there was a response of over 1,000 applicants. In fact, I myself applied at that time to do sort of holiday cover if it was required. So we have been looking at various options around that, and sometimes they're a little bit more limited, particularly around student teachers who themselves have had their own training disrupted and already are in workplaces. So I suppose the flexibility around even seconding them is a challenge.
Ms Ferguson for a supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, and I welcome that there is some plan in place and you're trying to exhaust a range of measures, and hopefully this will turn the situation around. But I suppose at the heart of the issue, it's the needs of children and our young people who have yet to experience another term of unsettledness and disrupted learning, and probably with regards to their exams too, it's going to be a difficult time. So can I ask the Minister how she intends to support exam candidates in the context of this huge disruption they've experienced to date? Thank you.
Okay, and I thank the member for her question. And obviously my priority is that examinations do take place this academic year. I'm very mindful that we have A-level students who are now going into their first public examinations. They didn't have the experience of GCSEs or ASs, and that in itself is incredibly I suppose an anxious time for them, never mind the challenges that there are as COVID is still with us. You will be aware obviously that there has been a November series of exams which have run between the 22nd of November until the 2nd of December. that's just been concluded, and as a consequence of that, then SEA will look at some of the data then coming back from schools with regards to those young people who may have missed examinations, and they'll be able to look to see the reasons actually why maybe they haven't turned up. But there will be options obviously later in the year for them to do those modules again, particularly in February and again during the summer series. So we will be working alongside schools to assist those pupils who perhaps miss exams at this point in the year. She will be aware that very early on before the summer break that we did make announcements in relation to and trying to take account of the potential for disruptions to exams this year. So where learners will be permitted to omit units of assessment, which will actually then reduce the overall assessment. But we have put other mitigations in place and other methods of assistance, particularly through GCSE maths, and there was an Engage programme which was focused particularly on that. So we are keeping in mind to what's going on, and certainly any further contingency arrangements that are required will be put in place.
Ms Cara Hunter.
I'd like to thank the Minister for her answers so far, and I'm mindful of the question I have, aspects of it have already been answered. However, in the most recent Justice Question Time, Minister Long had stated she would like to work closer with yourself and your department regarding sexual consent education and wider aspects of RSE, but she was regretful about your lack of or level of engagement, and I respect that she did meet with your predecessor, Mr Weir. But Minister, can you commit today to meeting with the Justice Minister on these vital, crucial issues that impact our young people? Thank you.
And I do thank the member for her question. As I did say in my earlier response to the member, Mr Blair, that I am committed very much to ensuring that work is done in order to protect and to prevent violence against women, and particularly exploitation against young girls. I have no issue with meeting the Justice Minister, but as I did say in my earlier answer, our officials are working very closely together, and the department is progressing to ensure that resources and so on are in place to assist teachers in raising awareness within schools.
Ms Hunter.
And thank you, Minister, for your answer. Can you provide a timeline on the review of consent and wider RSE in our curriculum? Thank you.
I thank again the Minister or the member for her question, and this is something which is moving on and has been moving on at pace. I don't have a particular timeline, but I'm happy to come back to the member with regards to that. But obviously, as information comes to the department, things evolve, and it's very much a moving feast. But I'm content to come back to her with regards to the main tenet of the work that we're doing.
Mr Robbie Butler.
Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, the Minister will be aware of the very successful first Disabled People's Parliament held here on Friday the 3rd of December in this very chamber. The Speakers raised many challenges to us as legislators. Minister, Mrs Christine and Lilia McClements raised the issue of equal access to public services. What steps are you taking to ensure that this is a reality for children at all educational facilities?
And I thank the member for his question. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to see the Parliament yet, but I do intend to watch it. Obviously, DDA pupil-specific minor works are a priority for my department. We obviously have challenging budgets, but that is a priority, and we see that throughout our schools. What we do need to do is obviously to raise awareness within schools and making sure that all pupils have access to facilities, and I'm happy to work with any school in order to provide that.
Mr Butler.
I thank the Minister for her answer, and I would encourage her to watch the video. It's very good and it's very challenging. What work can the department and yourself do to ensure that the voice of those people, those parents and those children that actually have that user experience is heard, and that whatever they tell us is actually actioned?
Thank you for his question. Obviously, my department and the Education Authority do work very closely with schools and young people and parents, and certainly if there's anything which needs to be adapted, they will respond to that. We also work very closely with contractors too to ensure that if there are requests, that they're done in a a delivery time frame which is useful to the school as well. I've been in schools which have a variety of different methods. They have of making the school accessible, but there are other schools which require quite considerable amount of intervention. And unfortunately, I was at one school quite recently who told me that really because of the different levels within the school, that in some ways that put off young people with a disability, and that's something that we shouldn't have in this day and age.
Ms Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. Can I ask the Minister to outline what powers her department has over school uniform policy across schools in Northern Ireland?
Okay, and I thank the member for her question. And as the member will be aware, I mean, obviously this is a very live issue and something which was very much in focus, particularly coming towards the start of the new term. My school does issue my department does issue guidance to schools, and obviously will advise in relation to making sure that all uniforms are accessible to pupils.
Ms Woods.
Thank you, and I thank the Minister for her answer. Saturday week ago, I attended Northern Ireland Youth Forum's Have Your Say Day on Education, and we heard directly from young people on uniform policy and them not having the choice to wear trousers and being forced to wear skirts, as an example. So could I ask the Minister to commit to ensure that student voices are heard and that pupils have an active part in the creation of school uniform guidance within the schools?
Okay, and I thank the member for her question. And as she'll be aware, my department has now commenced and has agreed terms of reference for a review of school uniform, particularly around the grants, but also the policy aspects of that. And we will be taking a cognizance probably of changes which have taken place across the water. As she'll be aware, school councils now also have quite a considerable input into school uniform, be that the design or otherwise. Boards of governors can be more or less responsive to that. So very much the voice of young people is important within the school, but certainly within the review, both the views of parents and young people will be taken into consideration.
Mr Alan Chambers.
Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, I note in the press over the weekend that your department is preparing plans to deal with the disruption been caused by the number of teachers not able to attend work because of COVID infections. Would it not have been prudent to have had this plan in place when schools returned in September?
I thank the member for his question, and obviously the plans which are in place it's all very fluid and will be responsive. We are very mindful of the fact that there are between 7,000 and 8,000 teachers on the NISTR register. The pressures that have been placed on that have been as a consequence of a number of actions, not only just because of COVID, but also because there have been quite a considerable number of those teachers are now involved in engaged programmes and so on as well. And of course they too will have been sick or unable to attend to work for whatever reason. As you know, this is a very fluid situation, and we are working and responding to assist schools where we can.
10 seconds and a 10-second answer. Mr Chambers.
Let it go.
You're happy enough?
Yeah.
The Minister looks delighted. That concludes questions to the Minister for Education. If members take their ease for a moment, we'll then resume the hunting bill. Thank you.
Order members, would members resume their seats, please? We now return to the second stage debate of the Hunting of Wild Mammals Bill, and I call Harry Harvey.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The private member's bill before us today represents without doubt an attempt to address what is a very emotive issue for many. I am sure that, like me, members across the chamber have been dealing with a huge amount of mail and have been engaging with constituents from both sides of the debate. Since the bill was first drafted, at the outset, I would say personally that I very much sympathise with the intent of the bill. I am not a hunting man, and the activity has never appealed to me in any shape or form, especially in terms of it being for entertainment purposes. That said, however, I know many for whom it does, and I also know the benefits that flow from the activity, both for those involved and also for our rural communities more widely. It is no secret, for instance, whether we as individuals like it or not, that the hunting of mammals using dogs has been a method of pest control employed by farmers for centuries. The Ulster Farmers Union and other organisations have drawn attention to that fact that the fox population requires constant management due to the danger they present to the domestic poultry flocks and lambs especially. The member for South Antrim has raised alternative methods for fox control, such as fox-proof fencing, ultrasonic pest devices, or artificial scents which deter foxes. These are likely to be considered impractical by farmers in Northern Ireland, and various representations have already been made to me by those within the sector on this point. In any event, it could be assumed that landowners would be seeking government support for the funding of alternative methods for fox management should the bill be enacted. It is perhaps worth bearing in mind that hunting with hounds is not seen as a major activity in Northern Ireland. There are relatively small numbers of hunt groups who operate within NI, and those engaged in the activity usually have long-held family connections with it. Hunts are currently regulated both by the few registered bodies who conduct them, but also by external factors. For example, hunts only gain access to farmland with the consent of individual farmers and landowners. This means that landowners are able to decide their own position on the hunt and its place in the countryside and regulate usage accordingly. Many will be aware that the Ulster Farmers Union has a long-standing memorandum of understanding with the Countryside Alliance and the Northern Ireland Masters of the Hounds Association, meaning problems can be raised by landowners and rectified quickly through legitimate bodies. Opponents of the bill argue that it raises more questions than answers. It will be for the member, working in conjunction with the committee, to seek to address some of the practicalities that will be faced by the rural community. Attempts have been made within this bill to close several of the loopholes which have been evidenced in England and Wales since similar legislation was enacted some 15 years ago, which is to be welcomed. However, even with the inclusion of a ban on trail hunting, it is difficult to see how future breaches could be identified and addressed. Similarly, issues with the scope of the proposed legislation have also been highlighted. I note that the members previously pointed to the threshold of organised use for human entertainment as being an effective tool in limiting the scope of the bill and ensuring it doesn't become so encompassing as to include the one man and his dogs of the lead analogy. I remain to be convinced as to the viability of the legal practicalities of this point, however. I know that many within our rural communities have serious concerns about any future impact the bill could have on other countryside activities, including shooting and pest control, for instance. Issues have been raised in relation to the efficiency of the consultation process, and I have to acknowledge my own concerns with the process and the results received. I appreciate that the consultation was conducted in accordance with the usual Assembly procedures, but I feel the lack of data from respondents has severely weakened the consultation. I firmly believe that this is an issue that the Assembly needs to consider more widely. The potential for consultations to be manipulated by lobby groups from elsewhere around the world due to the lack of data supplied by respondents in terms of their address, for example, is something that I believe we need to close down moving forward. The motives behind the bill can be understood. However, little detail has been supplied in terms of the benefits, or more importantly, the facts which the legislation will likely create for those standing to be most affected. For example, in terms of jobs lost for gamekeepers or those responsible for the breeding and training of dogs, it should also be noted that it is not just DAERA who may have a role in this legislation. Input from the Department of Justice, including the PSNI, and also the Department for Communities, will likely be required if a workable piece of legislation is to be achieved. Pressures will undoubtedly be placed upon police resources to enforce future legislation in this area when considered against other priorities such as rural crime, and I would urge members to bear enforcement issues in mind during their deliberations. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I hope to engage constructively with the bill when it reaches committee and will be happy to do so. However, I will not be supporting the bill before us today. That said, I acknowledge the genuine intent of the member, and on a personal level, I wish him well on his endeavours. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I call Christopher Stilford.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Sir, I stand to support the bill and the provisions contained therein. It is to me astonishing that in 2021 the practice of hunting foxes with hounds and other wild mammals should be continued to be practised in this country. I wasn't always of the view that I am now on this issue. I very much took the view I'm a town person and it wasn't for me to tell people in the countryside how to live and how to operate. And then my mind was changed, and I'm going to regale the House, my mind was changed following an incident, I think it was in Newry, where children were playing in the garden with a new puppy that their mother had bought for them, and the hunt tore into their garden, ripped their puppy to bits in front of them. And one child asked one of the people on horseback, "Mister, is our puppy dead?" He picked up a bit of the puppy, flung it over a hedge, and said to those children, "Looks like it, doesn't it?" Now, if that's the byproduct, if that's the indirect consequence of a practice like this, then it has no place in our society. Leaving aside the direct cruelty, that was an indirect consequence of it. Leaving aside the direct cruelty of hunting with hounds, hunting mammals with hounds, it's also unnecessary. And I don't take a sentimental view about foxes. I accept the arguments that foxes are vermin. I'm not taking some sentimental view on this issue, but there are other ways to deal with a fox problem if you have one. You don't need to make a sport out of it. You don't need dozens of people on horseback tearing across the countryside, and in many cases, damaging the countryside, damaging fences and things like that. You don't need dozens of people on horseback tearing across the countryside with a pack of dogs to deal with the problem. That's sport. That's not pest control. So let's call it what it is. I don't even think it's sport, but let's call it what it is. There's been a lot of obfuscation in this debate thus far. Firstly, Mr Blair has been attacked on the basis of the consultation, and the consultation wasn't thorough enough, or the consultation didn't ask the right questions, or lobby groups were able to influence the consultation. Well, I can share with members then, some will recall in the, not the most recent general election, but the one before, a suggestion was raised that the Conservative Party, if they formed a majority, would reverse the Hunting Act. An opinion poll was carried out on that, and 85% of people surveyed were against the repeal of the Hunting Act. So the idea that there's some silent majority out there that is in favour of the maintenance of hunting with hounds, that's just nonsense. It's not borne out by any measure at all of public opinion. The majority of citizens want hunting abolished in this country. Happy to.
Thank the member for giving way, and I know he has a particular opinion on this bill. So I could ask the member, he will realise that one of the most controversial aspects is Clause 2, which is the ban of trail hunting. Could I ask the member, does he know the difference between trail hunting and drag hunting? One to be made illegal in this bill and the other to be kept legal. And if he does, could he explain to the House how indeed the police could differentiate?
Well, if the member wishes to include it in the bill, I'm happy to vote for that too. If the member wishes to have it included in the bill, I'm happy to vote for that too. I think the recent decision taken by the National Trust in relation to trail and drag hunting, demonstrated, and the recent High Court judgment on this matter demonstrated, that trail hunting is used as a cover for the hunting of wild mammals. And everyone, member would cease chuntering from a sedentary position. You'll have your turn. And the fact is that the National Trust took the decision that they took because they recognised that trail and drag hunting was being used as a cover for the hunting of wild mammals with dogs. I don't accept the premise, I don't accept for 1 second the premise that this is a town versus country argument. It is not. There are many, many people who live in rural communities who are as opposed to the hunting with hounds of wild mammals as I am. And the attempt by, talk about lobbying groups, powerful lobbying groups, Countryside Alliance and other groups like that, the attempt to portray it as ignorant townies versus ignorant city slickers imposing their will on country people is simply not the case. The majority of people, whether they live in towns or they live in the city, are with me on this issue in opposing the continuance of this cruel and unnecessary practice. I welcome the content of the clause. I welcome the clauses, particularly in relation to terrier work. I just see no purpose in that, no reason in that, for that sort of activity to be going on. So, just finally, in the course of the debate, someone mentioned the troubles with enforcement. That logic appears to be, don't pass a law for fear that you're going to have to enforce it. Well, that's what the Legislative Assembly exists for. It exists to pass laws. It exists where we see practices that we wish to end, to be ended, and also where we want to initiate new initiatives to initiate them. But this is a practice that should be ended, and I'll be supporting the bill.
I now call Chris Little, and for the benefit of members, can remind members that the maximum contribution is 15 minutes. There is no limit to the length of the overall debate, but any individual contribution is 15 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to speak in support of the Hunting of Wild Mammals Bill, as proposed by my Alliance Party colleague John Blair, MLA, which gives every MLA in this Assembly the opportunity to stand up for animal welfare and to ban hunting with dogs in Northern Ireland. The pursuit and kill of wild mammals by hunting dogs for the purpose of enjoyment is cruel and unnecessary. Quick kills are rare, and many animals do suffer a prolonged chase and painful death. No animal should be chased to the point of exhaustion or rupturing of organs to then be ripped to shreds by a pack of hounds pursuing it. This is blood sport, Deputy Speaker, and a practice that should be consigned to history where it belongs. Deputy Speaker, Northern Ireland is the only part of the United Kingdom without a ban on hunting with dogs, despite widespread public support for a ban. And I commend my Alliance Party colleague John Blair, MLA, for introducing this bill to the Assembly, which will reform legislation on hunting wild mammals with dogs in Northern Ireland if MLAs give it an opportunity to do so, and bring our legislation in line with that of other jurisdictions where the practice has been illegal for nearly 20 years. I note the 18,000 strong response to the public consultation, which had 78% support for the proposals, which must be unprecedented and indeed a remarkable consultation response by any assessment. I note there has also been widespread public support and indeed some political backing for the introduction of a ban on fox hunting in Ireland. Indeed, it was my understanding that Sinn Féin Party President Mary Lou MacDonald had set out quite clearly an intention for Sinn Féin to vote in favour of a ban on fox hunting at the earliest opportunity. That opportunity, Deputy Speaker, is presented by this bill today. I would also commend campaigners such as Janice Watt of the League Against Cruel Sports for her tireless work on the issue of animal welfare. She has suffered her own bereavement recently and health challenges, and has been no less strident in her support as a result of those challenges. And I know she watches on today, and I commend her for all the work that she has done in relation to animal welfare over the years and in support of this specific proposal today. Deputy Speaker, a ban on hunting with dogs in Northern Ireland is long overdue. It is cruel and unnecessary and causes the hunted animal immeasurable suffering, whether or not it is eventually killed. As public representatives, we have the responsibility to legislate for the people of Northern Ireland, and it is indisputable that the majority of the public are opposed to hunting with dogs and deem the practice completely unacceptable. It is an issue that I have consistently been contacted on by my constituents in East Belfast, which has seen some of the most horrific incidents of animal cruelty in Northern Ireland. There is strong support for this proposal from the people of East Belfast, and I'm glad to be able to speak in relation to that today. Deputy Speaker, many political parties seek to position themselves as in support of animal welfare. Well, this is a clear opportunity to demonstrate that support today. The task, as has been mentioned by other MLAs at second stage, is to set out your position on the principles of the bill, a ban on cruel and unnecessary hunting. Deputy Speaker, I don't think any MLA or party can vote against, or make progress, can vote against the principles of this bill at second stage today and legitimately claim to support the principle of a hunting ban. Deputy Speaker, I also think any MLA or party that does vote against the principle of this bill today can expect their support for animal welfare to be legitimately challenged hereafter. And I would encourage all MLAs and parties to carefully consider the import of allowing this bill to at least pass to committee stage today. That is the task before MLAs, after all. As the proposer stated, Deputy Speaker, we have a historic opportunity to make a significant difference to animal welfare in Northern Ireland and to lead the way in ensuring full, robust protection for our animals persecuted for sport and human enjoyment. I ask all MLAs to support the progression of this legislation to a committee stage and ultimately to end brutality against animals and consign hunting with dogs to history where it belongs. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I call Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And can I begin at the start by placing on record my membership of the all-party group on country sports. There will be under no illusion. I speak here on this issue today as a representative MLA and a keen conservationist and country sports enthusiast. During my lifetime, I've had the opportunity to meet huntsmen and huntswomen, conservationists, from Antrim to Kerry, from Down to Donegal and everywhere in between. Hunting and countryside management has been an intrinsic part of the rural way of life across these islands for many, many years. I hope during the time that I've afforded to me today that I can correct some of the vile attempted character assassinations on many within the hunting community. And can I thank both the Countryside Alliance and indeed Basque and many others for their engagement with me on this bill. The reasons for proposing legislation on the lines of the Hunting of Wild Mammals bill appears to be as vague as they are misguided. Has the member not witnessed the turmoil that has taken place in England, Wales and Scotland as a result of the two laws that seek to ban hunting with dogs? Something that is still not fully resolved these many years later. Has he not listened to judges, legal experts, veterinarians, senior police officers, animal welfare experts, senior civil servants, countless country people, as well as the Prime Minister of the day that shares a name, all of whom have criticised these laws? Does he casually dismiss the view of the Senior Parliamentary Council, who was asked to draft the Hunting Act 2004, when he said, all government legislation ought to be about pursuing a public policy that the party in government is pursuing because it forms part of their policies for the betterment of the state? But this wasn't that. A moral judgment is being imposed on a minority, and I thought we didn't do that, except in the extremists. Does the vast cost to the taxpayer in police and court time not make him think again about following this path? Or does he believe that because an opinion poll that supports his bill, a poll, I may add, in which literally anyone, anywhere in the world could take part in, and has received a paltry 18,000 responses, that this is the sound basis for enacting legislation? I mean, I personally seen responses from as far away as Arizona, United States of America, and other European cities. Do they understand the unique circumstances and nature of the Northern Ireland countryside? I would ask members to think on that point. To argue that a ban on the use of hunting dogs is somehow justified simply because the rest of the United Kingdom has enacted similar disastrous laws is as pointless as it is ill-founded. We should be learning from the mistakes other parts of the United Kingdom has made, not blindly following for some dubious virtue-signalling reason. However, it has to be said that the legislators here in Northern Ireland did in fact have this issue resolved many years ago, when legislation protecting animal welfare and the right to hunt coexisted. The law permitted the prosecution of anyone, including hunt supporters, if unnecessary suffering to an animal had been caused. So it is highly significant that during those years, not one prosecution was brought forward. It has been argued by indeed the Alliance Party and others that this was because the legislation was flawed. But how? If the evidence of unnecessary suffering had existed, such as what we have heard today from some in this House, there would have been no bar to legal action. Could it be, and I dare to suggest, that the scientific and veterinary evidence against hunting with dogs simply does not exist? Indeed, I know some members might not like to hear this, but the veterinary evidence is in support of hunting. I can confirm and inform the Chamber that the Veterinary Association for Wildlife Management states, and I quote, "Hunting is the natural and most humane method of controlling the fox population. It is humane for a number of reasons. Perhaps the most important is that it is intrinsically certain and leaves no wounded survivors. Hunting with scented hounds adheres perfectly to the aims of genuine wildlife management, leaving a quarry population smaller but healthier, and achieving this in a way that is both natural for the hunter and the hunted." The bill before us, members, ignores all of these points and, quite frankly, is so poorly drafted that under it, every dog owner in Northern Ireland could become a potential criminal. A criminal for simply letting their dogs do what dogs do. In other words, members, this bill attempts to legislate against a dog's most basic and natural instinct, that being to scent and to hunt. The bill also ignores peer-reviewed research that shows flushing foxes to guns using a full pack of hounds is actually more effective than using just 2 dogs. as the Hunting Act in England and Wales demands. It is a point emphasised by the Law Lord Bonamy in 2016 when he commissioned the Scottish Government review into the law there. Understanding why limiting this process to just 2 dogs was ever thought to be better than 3 or 4 or perhaps a pack of dogs is unclear. There is certainly no scientific or veterinary basis for that number, apart from the very obvious fact that it curbs the use of hounds. Dogs are used in a variety of country sports, and the member has said that he has no desire to stop any other activity than that is the killing of wild mammals by dogs, and I take his sincere point on that. But this bill, as drafted, bears no relation to that promise. Shooting will be affected through the work of gamekeepers and dogs that are used in numerous ways in other sports. The bill seeks to ban trail hunting, a point that I was trying to raise to my colleague and friend, Mr. Stalford. Quite how the police will be expected to distinguish between the different types of scent used by a legal drag hunt and an illegal trail hunt is anyone's guess. And I haven't heard that point explained here in the House today. I now speak directly to members and indeed country sports enthusiasts across Northern Ireland. Today, by means of this bill, the anti-hunting lobby seek to ban the huntsman and woman and their hound. Next, it will be the gunman and gunwoman with their dog, followed by the angler and their rod. And I suspect that may not be the intention of Mr. Blair, as I have realised, but I can assure this House that it is indeed the very intention of some of the advocates behind this bill. I mean, the only reason that the rat, the common rat, the vermin, has been excluded from this bill is because it wasn't frankly deemed cute and cuddly enough to be excluded. It didn't fit the narrative. But we as members must do what's right. We as members must look at this legislation and deem, is it fit for purpose? If the principle behind this bill is that sport or recreation has no place in the management of wildlife, then clearly shooting, falconry and angling will be all on the list for banning at some time in the near future. Make no mistake. But I come to an important point. All that I have said up to now would be diminished or indeed irrelevant if the welfare of those animals that were previously hunted in England, in Wales and in Scotland had actually been improved. Yet, in all the significant sums of money that has been spent in campaigning for laws to ban hunting and subsequent costs to the public purse in both police and court time, not a single penny, not one, has been spent by any anti-hunting group to assess the impact of these laws. That in itself, Mr. Deputy Speaker, speaks volumes. Surely such critical and crucial research would put an end to the hunting controversy once and for all. Or do these groups suspect what is really happening to the wild animals they supposedly care for and realise that the case is fundamentally flawed? Such evidence that we do have indicates that the previously hunted species in many areas now are viewed very differently by farmers and landowners, with the result that a community-based conservation process has now become one of just pest control, often with healthy animals being killed instead of the weak, the injured or the diseased, and now in far greater numbers. This is not a productive way of wildlife managing. This, again, is virtue signalling. The hunting bans in the rest of the United Kingdom are not only detrimental to animal welfare, they are also damaging to conservation. I can well understand, members, why the public, which in the main is unfamiliar with hunting and might not like the idea of the activity, and members in this House may not, will sign petitions or respond negatively to public opinion polls, but such surveys only reflect a perception, and these surveys do not explain other methods of wildlife management. or pest control that would inevitably increase and which the public would find equally offensive. The job of an MLA is to analyse the issues in detail, study the bill in detail, and legislate on the basis of evidence and fact, not prejudice or perception. Members, I support legitimate, law-abiding hunting activity. I equally support, and you won't say shame to this point, Mr. Stalford, I equally support robust police action against those who partake in illegal forms of hunting, and such as the example that you noted in your contribution, I can tell you this, that law-abiding hunts, men and women across this country, equally condemn it in full measure. This does not have to be a debate in which one side can win and the other side lose. That's a situation where certain campaigning groups want us to be. I will if I have time at the end. There will always be people on each side of the argument who never agree, never see the opposing point of view, and will never compromise. But I feel these are two minority groups. The vast majority of people on both sides feel strongly about animal welfare, but also realise that wild animals need to be controlled and that this must and should be in the most humane ways possible. This bill would seriously restrict the ability to manage wild animals, whilst doing absolutely nothing for animal welfare. I would therefore urge colleagues to vote against this bill. If we need to address the issue in the future, as I have mentioned, there has been times in past when this Assembly and this place has got this right, that we do so on the basis of evidence and principle with the certain aim, collective aim, of addressing animal welfare rather than controlling human behaviour. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I call Dolores Kelly.
Deputy Speaker, and I thank the private member for introducing this bill. And like my colleague, Patsy McGlone, I rise in support of the bill. The SDLP has had a policy of wanting to ban fox hunting from 1995. And I know that, as many have said here, the primary objective of this bill is to stop fox hunting as a sport. And yes, I will.
I'm grateful to the member for giving way. Earlier in the debate, reference was made to an organisation called the Veterinary Association for Wildlife Management. Sounds benign, doesn't it? What we weren't told was that the previous name of said group was Vets for Hunting.
Well, I appreciate the member for clarifying that point, and I know that in his very impassioned contribution to the debate, Mr Buckley said around no winners or losers. Well, quite frankly, there will be winners. Winners in terms of very many wild mammals that will no longer be torn to shreds by dogs. And I think I, for one, and I'm sure the vast majority of people who have been quoted quite often during this debate, don't actually need much scientific evidence or research to be conducted to know that there is inhumane and cruel. You know, I just don't think we need to know that. And it is interesting, you know, that many people talking about coming out of COVID, you know, talking about building a kinder society, kinder to each other, and obviously, hopefully, kinder to nature because of the climate challenge, and also kinder to our animals by controlling and preventing this type of sport. I know that Patsy McGlone outlined that we had met with the sponsor of the bill only last week and had raised a couple of areas over which we sought further clarification, and as a party are keen to work with the sponsor of the bill in looking at some minor amendments, particularly around clause 6, around the interpretation and the outworkings, or if you like, the unintended consequences potentially in some of the points within clause 6, and some of that is around, you know, well, what if a third dog joins the rampage, if you like, or if indeed a farmer doesn't have a gun and sends dogs off to chase
foxes away from the sheep. You know, what happens then? Do all farmers have then to be carrying, firearm certificates or not? So, Mr Deputy Speaker, much has already been said in relation to the bill. I just want to be very clear that the SDLP is supportive of the intent of this bill. There are a few areas around which we want to seek further clarification, and we look forward to working with the member at committee stage in bringing forward or supporting his amendments to the bill on those points of clarification. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I call Peter Weir.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It is clear that the issue of hunting, indeed broadly speaking, animal welfare, animal cruelty issues, do cut across different sectors of society. There are people from a unionist background, a nationalist background on both sides of the argument. Indeed, possibly if I'm interpreting the last speaker correctly, herself and the previous representative from the SDLP would be on a different page, in the same way as probably I'd be a different page from the previous speaker from the DUP. It is also the case, I think, that even in terms of there's not a uniformity of position amongst country people or townies, as it may be classified. There are those who would come from an urban background who would be quite supportive of hunting. There are others from a rural background who would be quite hostile, and vice versa on that basis. And even, I suspect, within the broader veterinary community, there will be differences of opinion within that. Can I indicate, I suppose, that was, I think, displayed, those who I think were members of the House at that stage, back, I think, about 11 years ago, when, indeed, I think in the previous pieces of legislation, we had a division, and indeed it cut across different party perspectives on the issue of hare coursing, which this House voted by a majority to ban. I remember, I think, having an exchange with Mr Boylan, who was representative then, who was in support of hare coursing. I was, indeed, remain opposed to hare coursing. And indeed, for want of any doubt, I am opposed to hunting. I remain opposed to hunting. I will be supporting the bill today. I speak as well as someone who is a former chair of the all-party group on animal welfare. And mention has been made about not testing out, if you like, whether or not this is in the welfare of the animals concerned. Well, again, without stating, I suppose, the obvious, I think if I was able to avoid getting chased across the field by a pack of dogs, I think possibly my welfare would be somewhat improved. And I think that therefore, I think we can draw a level of conclusion there as well. I would, well, I'll not give away, but I'm going to praise, I think, one of the remarks that the previous speaker, Mr Buckley, had made. He is right in terms of the fact that, perhaps unsurprisingly, given the controversy around this issue for a very long period of time, there are people who feel very passionately about this issue, and there's probably minorities on both sides of this who would take a very extreme view. And what it tends to lead in those circumstances, either opponents or proponents, will mean that at times there's a level of overreach, that sometimes supporters of a bill such as this will perhaps make claims for it which don't necessarily follow through. And sometimes opponents of this will overemphasise particular aspects of this. We'll see demons within it that are not necessarily there. So I think it's important when we look at the bill, and perhaps as a starting point, before we get on to the direct principles of the bill, to maybe indicate some things that are not in the bill. Firstly, I would concur that I think, while I would be on a different page from many of them, there are many, many people who are involved in country sports who are very strongly, some of the strongest conservationists in this country, who play a very important role within that. And I freely acknowledge that, I freely support that indeed. As I'm sure before he reminds me, I recently...
Order. Could I encourage the member to use the microphone so that Hansard has a clear record of what he's saying?
I would hate to think any of my words for posterity were lost, Mr Deputy Speaker, so thank you for the reminder of that. Can I say, yes, I think there is that strong contribution of those from a country sports background to conservation, to biodiversity. So in supporting this bill, I make no impugning of their honour. Similarly, in terms of what is within this bill, I think that even some of us that are supporters of this bill, as is almost inevitably with any drafted bill, would acknowledge that in terms of every precise element of it is not perfect. I think the previous speaker indicated that, I think, as is the way of such things, that if this reaches the point at which it progresses to the next stage, I would question possibly, I'm judging the mood of this House, may not necessarily give it a majority today, but we shall see. But if it reaches the next stage, that is the opportunity to both interrogate the bill and also perhaps to make changes to it. I have to say one of the issues which was raised, and I maybe address this particularly to the proposer of the bill, has been the issue, I think, raised particularly by Mr McGlone on the set of circumstances in terms of Article 6 of the bill. And indeed, there has been a fairly consistent indication of correspondence from those who are opponents to this bill, suggesting that those who, for example, would be out walking their dogs, the dogs go off the leash and involves itself in some sort of activity chasing a mammal, and would that criminalise the people concerned? I don't believe that is the intention of this bill, and I don't believe it is there, I think, in the wording of the bill. However, I think it is important that if that is a consideration which is of concern, that there is clarification put within that. And so I would ask the bill sponsor whether, if it reaches that consideration stage, that he would be willing to see and support amendments to the bill to tie this in with an intention to hunt or willfully hunting. And I don't know whether the sponsor wants to comment at this stage or whether he wishes to do that in the wind, but I'm happy to give way.
To Mr Weir, Deputy Speaker, for giving way. I can give Mr Weir an assurance. In fact, this is hopefully going to shorten my winding speech at the end if I can address a number of points now at the one time. I can give, through you, Deputy Speaker, an assurance that I am happy to look at and work with others in relation to the Section 6 of the bill and the terminology around willing participation, numbers of dogs, and the inclusion of the word willing there might well make a difference.
And certainly from that point of view, I welcome the clarification, but certainly I think for a number of us that would be supporting the bill, if this reaches the consideration stage, that would be the type of amendment that we would see. Indeed, if the bill sponsor doesn't bring forward such an amendment, I think others will. Well, I'm trying to get through, so I'll give way briefly.
Which Mr Blair does the member think we should listen to? The one who's just spoken, or the one who told the Agricultural Committee that I have made the offences themselves one of strict liability, so a prosecution only has to prove the organisation of or participation in the hunting? It clearly is a strict liability offence. That's the principle he's put into the bill, and that's the principle that the member is now asking him to resile from.
And the point within that is this House will have the opportunity to make changes to it, and certainly I think, while I would be question whether there's necessarily a majority in this House even for the second reading, there would be a very clear majority for those sort of changes. The member mentions which Mr Blair should we listen to. I mean, in terms of actually one of the advocates, apparently, of the concerns over the position in England, I know the previous member quoted Tony Blair. I think I'm correct in saying that he had now concerns about the legal position. I do have to say I'd be a little bit worried whenever somebody brings Tony Blair in as an advocate in defence of a particular position. I'm concerned that largely speaking the case is made on the other side, perhaps. Some of us have had that level of experience. It is also the case that in terms of the what has been put before us, mention has been made. I think one of the other arguments, this is the thin end of the wedge, it is something which there will be, I'm sure, some people who would want to see this much more widened, but that is not what is in the bill. And this House will have the common sense and the opportunity that if someone was to seek a much greater widening of it, because I, for one, do not believe that we should be looking to restrict other activities, be it in terms of wider aspects of fishing, shooting, etc. I do support the right in terms of country sports. So that is not in the bill. It is also the case, I think, that those of us who support the bill are not in some form of sentimental haze of ignorance. And I think there's a recognition, which I think is reflected within the bill, the proposed bill, that we accept that it is not a question of simply being sentimental to everything in the countryside, that there is a need for pest control, for protection of livestock, and indeed methodology which can help both in terms of biodiversity and conservation. Mention has been made, and indeed one of the contradictions of those who would oppose the bill today, it is undoubtedly the case that in terms of methodology of controlling the animal population to ensure that there is that conservation takes place. It is undoubtedly the case that hunting with dogs is one of the least efficient methods that can be. Well, you know, the evidence is that in terms of the frequency of hunts that have taken place, that quite often, indeed, it is quite often the case that a good huntsman does not catch the hare, that indeed it is the chase in and of itself, and that indeed getting a situation which you get a large number of horses and hounds to chase one particular fox does not appear to be a particularly efficient means of doing it. Well, I'll give way briefly, yes.
The member for giving way briefly. The sedentary member seeks evidence in relation to the inefficiency of wildlife control in terms of hunting. The Westminster Government inquiry into hunting with dogs concluded that the overall contribution of traditional fox hunting within the overall total control of techniques involving dogs is almost insignificant in terms of management of the fox population as a whole. Thank the member for giving way.
I thank the member for giving way. I mean, there is clear evidence within that, and I think it stands fairly much to reason that it is not a particularly efficient way of doing it. What we are left with, because we are asked at the second stage to deal with the principles of the bill, and the key principle to my mind, and again, I respectfully disagree with some others in this House, is that hunting remains a cruel pursuit, and hunting with dogs a cruel pursuit, and an efficient pursuit. And one, I think that as a society, we have to then make a decision as to what is acceptable to our society in terms of animal welfare, in terms of animal cruelty, what is acceptable and what is unacceptable. And I think from a point of view of principle, in the same way as various other activities down the years were at one stage accepted in our society, they have at various stages then been banned, perhaps the most recent within this being hare coursing 11 years ago, but a range of other activities. I believe that it is not the mark of a civilised society to be embracing hunting with dogs. I believe there are better, less cruel ways of doing this. I think that biodiversity and conservation can be maintained in other and better ways. I believe that the legislation itself, if it is successful today, will undergo that level of scrutiny. And I have to say, I appreciate the point that was made earlier about the pressures that are on the committee, but there are a range of committees. There are a lot of committees that are having to deal with a large number of bills. And if that is something which is truly an important consideration, then there will be quite a number of private members' pieces of legislation which would be dropped accordingly, and indeed perhaps raised, I think, by the party opposite, a number of them emanating from that party. So there's got to be a level of consistency of approach within that. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I welcome the proposal that's brought forward today. If it is successful, I believe that it will be subject to that level of scrutiny, and that is the point that we have to do. But I think there's a key challenge in terms of what we as a society and what we as an assembly regard as being acceptable, and consequently I believe from the point of view of principle, and on a personal basis I believe in a point of principle, that hunting of this nature is something which is abhorrent to society, and consequently I support the second reading of the bill today.
I call Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and unsurprisingly I rise today on behalf of the Green Party to support this bill at second stage, and I do thank the member for bringing it forward. And sadly, as we have learned, Northern Ireland is the only part of the UK without a ban on hunting with dogs, and this is long overdue that these horrific practices are outlawed. Hunting with dogs is cruel and unnecessary, and the hunted animal suffers immeasurably. I will give way.
I'm grateful to the member for giving way. One of the things that has struck me in this debate is this argument about minority rights, that hunting is a minority pursuit. Well, it may well be, but I'm sorry, you don't have the right to be cruel to animals.
Thank the member for his intervention, and I welcome his contribution and also welcome his party's support for all minority rights issues going forward in this House. So, The Green Party in Northern Ireland strongly objects to the obsolete and inhumane practice of hunting wild animals with dogs, and we have been at the forefront of this for many years. In 2010, Brian Wilson, MLA, submitted legislation to adopt the same prohibition on hunting foxes with horses that was introduced in England, Scotland and Wales, and it was disappointing that the bill didn't pass then. And I have to say that the Hansard's official report of that debate makes for some very interesting reading, and especially because many of the same arguments have been made again today, a decade later. These arguments are still found wanting, and they do not reflect the public opinion, and it is important that members reflect on this. Public opinion, if anything, has only increased against hunting. According to PETA, a poll carried out by Survation in 2019 found that the overwhelming majority of the public in Northern Ireland want to see hunting deer, foxes, hares and rabbits with dogs made illegal. And as Mr Blair's outlined in his own consultation, 78% of respondents had said that hunting, searching, coursing, capturing or killing of wild mammals with dogs should be banned here. And so public opinion is strong on this matter, and it is clearly strengthened in recent years. And so I just want to touch upon a few things in the bill, and I do thank the member for meeting with me prior to second stage, and also for his engagement and work with the all-party group on animal welfare too on this bill. The member will be aware of our discussions on the need for enforcement on puppy farms as well. We've discussed that on licensing and also the roles of local councils. And I raise this here for the purposes of Clause 4, which has caused some debate, as well as Clause 6. And I had previously discussed with the member if he considered licensing prescribed areas within those clauses. Could local councils handle this? Could they be part of that to take the pressure off the PSNI, which seems to have come up as another excuse for voting against this bill at second stage? Could there be appropriate monitoring of hunts when they do take place under Clause 4? But also, how do we ensure that public land use is monitored effectively and enforced? And it brings us back to who's tasked with the enforcement of this. And I know the members outlined PSNI, of course, there's role for criminal justice system. And I also look forward to as a member of the Justice Committee, making comment perhaps on this bill, as we have outlined in the amendments. And if the bill does pass second stage, I want to outline just on animal welfare officers, I would maybe encourage the committee to look at the resourcing and the number of animal welfare officers that we do have in Northern Ireland. It's a matter I know many of us have been discussing and raising, not only on constituency matters, but also in relation to puppy farming and inadequate resources that are in place. Perhaps the committee could look at this too. Not that I want to give the committee any more work to do, but should the bill pass second stage, it would be one to consider and discuss with local government and also the Justice Minister, as this will need resourced. And as many members will know, there's been a lobby against this bill, and many constituents have raised concerns about the bill's scope. But this bill, for me, is tight. It will not criminalise a situation where a dog runs after or follows a mammal or an animal when a person is engaged in another activity, such as angling. I don't see that in there at all. It is my understanding that this does not constitute an offence under the bill, but of course, should the member want to give solid clarity on that, that would be welcome for those who have raised such concerns. And again, with regard to Clause 4 on the exemptions, and I have raised this with the member in charge who gave an explanation, but this was a concern that actually there would be a loophole if it wasn't a requirement for all conditions to be met. But I have been assured that all conditions in 4 must be met. And again, perhaps this is something that the member or indeed the committee could look at to make sure that that is obvious to the reader, clearly understood in the EFM, or if he would maybe take a friendly amendment, a suggested one, for the department to produce guidance on this, as this is quite important for people when understanding the legislation. It is worth noting that the bill includes a ban on trail hunting that does not exist already in the rest of the UK, and that is because trail hunting, as we know, has been used as a cover for actual hunting in England. And it is welcome that the bill closes this loophole. Drag hunting, to answer Mr Buckley's question, is where artificial scents are laid and is permitted underneath this bill. And it is also worth mentioning in this debate, and something for consideration and future legislative change, is the possibility of a ban on hunting with snares. and animal snares are a cruel and painful practice which cause unnecessary suffering to animals. And the Welsh Government has recently announced its intention to introduce a ban, and I believe that it is time for Northern Ireland to follow suit. And I did raise this with Minister Poots last month, but I am disappointed that he has no immediate plans to reform the legislation to ban the sale, manufacture and use of restraints in Northern Ireland. And similarly, this debate is also an opportunity to raise the need to strengthen and enforce the wildlife order and also legislation on animal welfare, which is completely lacking, and to call for an end to badger baiting as well. However, I understand the need to focus in this bill, given the purposes of it and the timescale available to us in this mandate. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I believe that fox hunting, stag hunting and hare coursing have no place in civilised society, and we need to go further on a lot of these barbaric practices and to put a stop to them. I do not accept this bill will ruin anyone's way of life, and hypothetical arguments around pest control do not hold sway. They are simply not rooted in fact. Hunting with dogs has no place in our society, and seeing wild animals tortured and killed in such a cruel way should not be considered a sport or deemed to be entertainment. And arguments about controlling the fox population, as we have heard from Mr Little, do not stand. It is not countryside management, and just because something was once an accepted thing to do does not make it legitimate today. And so therefore I am pleased to support this bill at a second stage.
I call Jim Allister.
Mr. Speaker, could I first of all apologise to Mr Blair that I wasn't in the House for his opening in this, and indeed to the House for not being present during the early parts of this debate. I had a family funeral I had to attend earlier today. In respect of this bill, I do have to say this. I think it's ill-considered. I think it's needless. And I think in some parts it is very poorly drafted. It really is a triumph of prejudice against some country pursuits. And I think, if I might say it, that it's an overreach on the sponsor's part in terms of imposing his view of the world, particularly on country communities. A good starting point in looking at any legislative proposal is to ask the question, is the current law adequate? Mr Salford, in his last intervention, made the point, you have no right to be cruel. Indeed, that's exactly why one of the last acts of the old Parliament in Northern Ireland in 1972 was the Welfare of Animals Act, followed through with some updates in this House in 2011. And for those 50 years, it has been a criminal offence to cause unnecessary suffering to an animal in any circumstances, including in the course of hunting. And cruelty itself is defined in that legislation as unnecessary suffering. You'd think, listening to some in this debate, that we're entering into the novel territory of suddenly, for the first time, embracing the concept of avoiding cruelty to animals. But this bill isn't about targeting cruelty. This bill is about targeting hunting per se. That's the target in this bill. I'll give way if I have time at the end, because time is limited. It's not that there even has to be a kill to create illegality in this bill. It's the chase that is to be criminalised by this bill. And to be done in a way which is wholly oppressive. Because what this bill creates in clause 1 is a strict liability offence, as Mr Blair intends. That's the starting point and that's the finishing point in this bill, that you shall create a strict liability offence. Now, what is a strict liability offence? Well, it's one where you don't have to bother with showing intention. It's one to which there's no excuse. It's one to which, if it happens, no matter what the circumstances, it's an offence. Let's take some examples. Driving with no insurance is a strict liability offence. Doesn't matter that you forgot to renew your insurance. Doesn't matter that you thought you'd renewed it. Doesn't matter that you told the wife to renew it and she didn't do it. It doesn't matter anything. No excuse will broach a prosecution for no insurance, for very good reason, that it is critically of public interest importance that you do not allow any leeway for circumstances where other members of the public can be injured by your acts. Therefore, you cannot have any excuse for not having no insurance. They are few and far between in the law, offences of strict liability. Another is statutory rape. If someone has intercourse with someone under the age of 14 or under, doesn't matter what the consent was, doesn't matter what the excuse was, doesn't matter what the belief was as to age, it is statutory rape. It is a strict liability offence. And what Mr Blair is seeking to create here is the strict liability offence that if you're out walking a dog and a dog chases a mammal, it's an offence. Now, I say that because of the marriage between Clause 1 and Clause 6.3. Because 6.3 is very clear in Section 1. That's the one that makes it the strict liability offence of participating in hunting a wild animal with a dog. In Section 1, the reference to participation in the hunting of a wild mammal with a dog includes a reference to participation in another activity, in the course of which a dog hunts a wild animal. So the other activity could be walking the dog. Many's a Sunday afternoon when I had a golden retriever. I walked by the banks of the Kellswater River. And if my dog had run off and killed a rabbit, nay, not even killed a rabbit, chased a rabbit, hunted a rabbit, under this legislation, I would be guilty of an offence. How absurd is that? And it's not just loose, careless drafting. 6.3 is there for a purpose. It's there to underscore the strict liability of Clause 1. It's there deliberately, consciously, to make it a strict liability offence if you're engaged in an activity such as walking your dog and your dog merely chases, hunts a mammal. You've committed an offence. Now, what happens to a farmer in the community who's convicted of an offence such as this, who holds a firearms certificate? The first knock he will get at the door is from the PSNI on the foot of a criminal conviction, asking him to hand over his weapon, his shotgun. All because Mr Blair thinks it's right to create a strict liability offence out of a dog doing a natural thing of chasing a rabbit. That's why I say this is an absurd piece of legislation in its reach and in its intent. Because Mr Blair told the Agricultural Committee he wanted to create a strict liability offence. That's what he wants this House to vote for, to create such a strict liability offence. And that is why I will not be voting for this bill. Yeah, I'll give way to Mr. Stalford.
Thank you, Mr. Alistair, for giving way. You say that the bill isn't about the targeting of cruelty, it's about the targeting of hunting. But the fundamental issue at stake here is that hunting is a form of cruelty. And that's what the bill targets. And no matter the hypotheticals that are outlined about dogs chasing rabbits across fields, the fact of the matter is that what we're talking about is a practice whereby packs of dogs chase animals, and if there's a successful conclusion, the animals end up dead and ripped to pieces. That is a form of cruelty.
About much more. I could begin to understand this bill if that's what it was talking about. This bill is talking about any chase, anywhere, by any dog of any mammal. That's what this bill is talking about. Now, if the intent was what Mr. Stalford says, and what Mr. Blair might later tell us really was his intent, then why was it not drafted that way? Why was it drafted in this wholly inclusive way that it becomes a strict liability offence for a dog to chase a rabbit? Really? I'll give way to well, I'll start here and work round if I have time.
Thank you, Mr. Alistair. Thank you for giving way. I just want to clarify, and maybe this is a technical point, but the interpretation of 6.1, and this is in relation to your comments of 6.3, and I appreciate the members giving examples of the hypotheticals, but would there not need to be a person and dog in pursuit for that to be met?
If the bill stopped at 6.1, yes, but 6.1 is then superseded by 6.3. And 6.3 is the point that takes you to the position where man walking dog, dog's off the lead, dog runs away, chases. That's all it takes. Hunts a rabbit. Offence complete. Because the man has been taking part in the activity, and then it says in 6.3, in the course of which a dog hunts. Not in the course of which a man and dog hunts, in the course of which a dog hunts. So the actus reus of the offence is the dog hunting the rabbit. And you don't need any mens rea, you don't need any intent. That's it. End of. Mr. Stalford made a point about the cruelty. Yes. What I don't hear talk about is take some of our diminishing species. Take the curlew, which foxes present a real threat to. I'm sure when the fox catches the curlew and pulls it to bits, it's pretty cruel. But in this situation, the only interest is if someone catches the fox. How can that be right? Yes?
The difference is that we're human beings endowed with conscience, whereas a fox killing a bird is going about what obviously is natural to it. We can exercise our conscience not to be cruel.
Dog that chases the rabbit isn't doing it out of a call of conscience. He's doing it out of natural instinct. And yet we want to make natural instinct a criminal offence. Criminal offence. Give way.
Very much, the member for giving way. I too have reservations about hunting foxes with a pack of dogs. However, like the member opposite, I've had dogs all my life, mostly golden retrievers. And as a member himself would know, you can't keep them out of water and you can't keep them from chasing wild animals. It's their natural instinct. My last dog was a Newfoundland, which is a heck of a bit bigger, but a dog more in love with the water. I have reservations about this bill. I cannot support this bill in its current form. Yes, while I would agree that it's cruel to chase an animal to exhaustion and rip it apart if you catch it, that is cruel. But what about the fox? The damage the fox does. You mentioned curlew, but there's also lapwing, grouse, corncrake and plovers. all ground nesting birds taken by foxes. To ask anybody in here from a country background like me what a fox can do if it gets into a hen house, it doesn't kill for food. It kills every hen, every one in the hen house. It'll kill it. That's cruel. But it's the fox's instinct. And we're making legislation here to curb animal instincts, but not the fox. The fox has no natural enemies that I'm aware of. It has to be culled. It's a pest. The grey squirrel is a pest. Rats, pest. Mice, pest. So I cannot understand the legislation that's trying to protect a fox. Yes, I have reservations about the dogs, as everybody has of a right mind, but it's the damage they do to the countryside. Mr. Allister and I had a walk to our dogs across the countryside and they took off because they weren't on the lead. We're country people.
Order, order. Can I remind members that interventions should be brief? And
thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I shall be brief. Neither he or I would be here today because we'd be in jail. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Well, I can only respond that the member is correct. This, to put it very shortly, is pro-pest legislation. Pro-pest legislation. Save the pest, criminalise the dog walker. Yes?
Thank the member for giving way. So the member support the principles of the bill? Will the member be bringing forward amendments at committee stage? And does he acknowledge that there are other methods of control, such as fencing, non-lethal traps, removal and noise and scent repellents? There are ways to control wildlife other than that which is being put forward today.
Sorry, the member
order, member. Can I ask the member to bring his remarks to a close?
Yes. I'm sorry, Mr. Little wasn't listening to me because I made it very plain. I am not supporting the principle of this bill because the principle of this bill is to make it to criminalise walking my dog. I cannot accept that.
I call Claire Sugden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to support the second stage of Mr Blair's private member's bill and to concur with Mr Stalford and other members earlier in this debate. Generally, and on the point of principle, I fully support what Mr Blair is trying to do in this bill because this type of sport is barbaric. And I think at this point, listening to the contributions that we've heard just previous, I think it's a differential in defining what we mean by sport and what we mean by instinct. You know, it's almost the difference between prevention versus encouragement. And this bill is trying to stop encouraging humans to encourage their animals to this type of animal abuse. Indeed, listening to other members who do raise interesting points in conflict with this proposed legislation do so on the basis of detail rather than principle. And I'm not sure at this point if it is actually necessary to amend Mr Blair's bill to address these points, whilst giving effect to stop this form of animal cruelty. But I do think it is something we should look at if these are genuine reasons as to why people are uncomfortable with this bill. I appreciate Mr McGlone's contribution in this area. So for about 5 minutes, a number of years ago, I was the Minister of Justice, and I met with Mr McGlone and a delegation of those involved with country sports. It's not a support that I have ever been interested in or I am particularly familiar with, so I do actually reflect their experience and their expertise in this area. So when Mr McGlone, in all fairness, is raising concerns, I do think we have to be cognizant to some of those. And I won't be disingenuous because I am supporting this bill because this abuse does need to stop. However, if we can reassure or satisfy, even in the next stages, those who raise valid concerns on the unintended consequences, then I, as others have indicated as well, would be happy to look at those. Specifically, Mr McGlone raised issues in relation to firearms certificates. So again, in my previous role, I had experience of this. Mr McGlone is right that it is the firearms branch in the PSNI who are responsible for granting and revoking licences. And in cases of appeal, the process sometimes ends with the Minister of Justice. So I have read my fair share of firearms appeals. And Mr McGlone again is correct that a criminal offence is not necessarily required to remove a firearms licence. Other reasons can remove it too. And I do think that's fine if these reasons are informed, unbiased, proportionate and thoughtful of risk. But human nature is such that error and bias are inevitable in some cases, and perspective also has an... Yeah, sure.
Appreciate the member giving way. Reference to be made, obviously, to Clause 6, and Mr Blair will be able to address this. I suspect the reason why that clause is included, or particularly the one that Mr Ellis referred to, I suspect the reason why that is included is because of the deceitfulness that we have seen from hunts in England and Wales, whereby trail hunting and drag hunting has been used as an opportunity to try and get round the law that exists there.
I thank Mr Stelford for his intervention. I suppose to try and draw it back to the point that I was making. Yes, I think it is such that human nature is that people will do those things. But that, at the same time, doesn't mean that we shouldn't write good law in this respect. And certainly, again, I fully support this bill. But if we can make it better, does that not get to where we all want to be in terms of those things? So I suppose that, and the point that I was trying to make was actually something in response to what Mr Stelford had said earlier in terms of intent, in that is it enough to assume intent given that all the potential variables that do alter perception, or do we need to strengthen this law so that the unintended consequences, again, that Mr McGlone and others speak of are not reached? So again, clarification, I do support this bill, but if we need to strengthen it, then that's something that we need to do. Let's take it to the next stage. Let's get it to a point where we need to and stop the abuse and address those concerns that members have. Excuse me, like all members, I too have received a lot of correspondence from constituents on both sides of this debate, to the end that John has his own folder in my email inbox. Anecdotally, I would say that I probably have received more from those who support the bill, but there are many reasons which this could be the case, so I don't intend to focus on the numbers, but rather the reasons outlined. And overwhelmingly, people do see this as cruel, unnecessary, outdated, barbaric, and I do agree. And the counter-arguments in this vein do nothing to persuade me otherwise. I received correspondence, as I'm sure others have, describing this activity as traditional, social, harmless. My goodness, it is not harmless, and it can only be described as harmless in a world where animal welfare is disregarded. And it's not the world we live in. I'm sure in some areas it is. It's not, it's not where we need to be in 2021, and it is interesting to hear contributions from others where this debate happened over 10 years ago, and some of the same arguments were being put across. But Northern Ireland, it can exist in its own bubble, but this one really does need burst. Because abuse, sadly, can be social. It is most definitely traditional, but that does not make it right, or indeed a behaviour that we should continue to accept because that's what we always have done, or crudely because it's someone's hobby. And similar to the points raised by Mr Glone and others, there is the concern, and just recently we've heard that from Mr Allister and others, and I'll quote it, that a person participating in any activity where they have a dog and that dog pursues, chases or follows a wild animal, then that person engaging in that or other activity is participating in hunting for the purposes of the bill and therefore could make them a criminal. Now, I did not interpret that from the draft legislation, but I'm not legally trained. Mr Allister is, so maybe he raises a valid point. So I suppose what I'm asking Mr Blair, and even just in terms of the point Mr Allister made about a strict liability offence, that's the offence that's currently is drafted. Can we mitigate that in some way so that it doesn't put that strict liability offence onto those people, so that it isn't a case that if you're walking your dog that you will potentially be committing an offence? Let's not make this an excuse to do something which is right. Another compelling argument for me, usually in these types of debate, is that we are the only region of the UK not to have this law. Now, we don't always have to fall in line with other regions of the UK or indeed Ireland, but certainly other areas of the UK and Ireland who broadly are like-minded with us and have similar set of circumstances and environment have now set a standard against animal cruelty. So why then do some in this House want to be at odds to that? Why are they opposed to positive legislation and our policy which wants to remove a form of animal cruelty? That's a really odd key message. And I appreciate if it is in the detail, let's work on that rather than throwing out something positive for Northern Ireland that quite a lot of people, probably the majority of people, want to see ended. And again, I will reference Mr Stelford. This is second stage. Surely the principle is to stop this type of animal cruelty, and I really don't understand how anyone would be opposed to that. Turning to a notable justification perhaps made by other members, saying there is not enough time in this mandate to get it through is a really poor argument not to support this piece of legislation. And it will be really interesting to see if that same rationale is applied by those members to other bills in this mandate, particularly from their own party. Let the process fail this bill. Let 3 years of no government fail this bill. But don't fail this bill or through mealy-mouthed tactic to ride both sides of this argument because you're worried about an election next year. If the practical concerns really are your driver, that at least send a message, a key message, that this form of animal cruelty is wrong by supporting this stage of the bill. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I now call John Blair, and you have up to 15 minutes to conclude and wind up the debate.
Deputy Speaker, can I thank you and thank all members for their participation and contribution to the debate. It's been a respectful debate, even in its more lively moments. Deputy Speaker, as I outlined at the start, and I want to repeat, it's been said by others, but we need to re-emphasise this. Northern Ireland is the only part of the United Kingdom without a ban on hunting with dogs. In fact, the legislation in other jurisdictions has been in place for 2 decades or so. There's a chance here, now, to do better. I will, before I conclude on our opportunities to do better, take a few moments to reflect on the comments of members. I'll apologise in advance if I don't get through them all due to time constraints. The debate began with the Chair of the ERA Committee, Declan McAleer, talking to about evidence given to that committee and the further committee consideration on matters around impact in rural areas and the committee's process to scrutinise the proposed bill. He then separately informed us that he would not be, as a Sinn Féin member, supporting that further scrutiny and would be with his colleagues voting against the bill today. And I'm going to make more comments on that later, separate to my reference to the ERA Committee. William Irwin, who's also a member of the ERA Committee, felt like a meeting of the ERA Committee for the first 5 or 6 speakers here today, perhaps not unusually. William Irwin talked about the dog walkers. This will be a recurring theme through this, and I hope I can give some reassurance. But on this one, I'll concentrate on some other issues. And he made reference to existing legislation on badger baiting. And there lies a comparison. There is existing legislation on badger baiting. Whether or not they are a nocturnal animal, there is still a scent. I'll repeat what I said earlier. I know of no circumstance where a dog walker has been criminalised because their dog has followed the scent of a badger. I'll return later to further examination and conversations with the people and further scrutiny. I will give way.
Viability in respect to badger baiting?
It's a fair point. I didn't say it was there, Mr Deputy Speaker. I said there was legislation existing. Mr Irwin also alleged, and I'm seeking to give an assurance here, this is not a criticism, there was a misrepresentation of the rural community. I hope he's not here at the moment, but I think that he would take my assurance that none of that is intended. I represent a rural constituency, as he does, and that is not at all the intent of the bill. In fact, the intent of the bill is fairly clearly defined and in a relatively limited number of sections. Patsy McGlone spoke as a DAERA committee member and SDLP member, also spoke of his own commitment to animal welfare and also spoke of his interest in country sports. Patsy made specific reference to his concern around groups of people hunting, and the Section 6 discussion started probably properly when Patsy spoke. And I want to give him an assurance at this point that I'm happy to have further conversations. And I'll relate later that commitment to further conversations to any allegation that I'm involved in any kind of doublespeak, because I'm willing to talk to people and have further discussions and participate in committee scrutiny. Rosemary Barton spoke as a DAERA committee member and as a member of the Ulster Unionist Party, committed to accepting and supporting that the bill could move forward to stage 2, and I want to put on record that I am very grateful for that. But Rosemary also referred to the fact that she would like to see further clarification. We met before today's session. We will have opportunities as DAERA committee colleagues to discuss there, and I will give a commitment here to discuss separately also with Rosemary or colleagues if required. Following that, Harry Harvey spoke of the process that the bill would take and further committee scrutiny, but unfortunately then clarified that he would not be supporting the continuation of the bill to that stage. Christopher Stalford followed that, speaking in support of the bill, made clear he wasn't always of that view, but gave some specific examples of what had contributed to his change of mind on this issue. My own colleague Chris Little followed that, spoke in support, and I'm grateful. Chris also referenced the League Against Cruel Sports, a particular official of that organisation called Janice Watt, and I want to also put on record my appreciation to Janice for her work done on this issue, but also on a whole raft of animal welfare issues and the work she does in the interests of animals. Jonathan Buckley spoke commented that he was a member of the APG in country sports. I think the conclusion is that he's of a different mind of me on most of this legislation. He referenced that there might be an attempt to impose moral judgment on minorities. Rachel Wood subsequently stole a line I might have used on that. That's a position I'm well familiar with. It is not my intention. I think Jonathan Buckley did acknowledge once or twice that he didn't think I had any hidden agenda in relation to this bill, that I'd been fairly upfront and straightforward with my intention. But I can assure him the intent of the bill is there. It's about the hunting of wild mammals with dogs, where dogs are used for the kill. There's no intention to go wider in terms of any other aspect of country life or country sport. I'm happy to repeat that, and if I have to continue to repeat that, it doesn't cause me any problem at all. Dolores Kelly spoke of existing party policy from an SDLP point of view, and also referenced that we might be living in hopefully a kinder post-COVID era if we're looking at these issues and how we should deal with these issues legislatively. Peter Weir, also speaking in support, spoke of differences across communities and the fact that it can't categorise people in this regard, and there are differences in rural community, difference of opinion, and also in political parties and lots of other categories of people that he referenced. He spoke too of need for further examination of Section 6. I, in an exchange with Mr Weir during his speech, gave a commitment to at least have discussions around the inclusion of the word willing in terms of participation or organisation of a hunt, if that clarified matters. That is not a commitment to change. That is a discussion which, given the numbers in this House, will depend on the willingness of others. Rachel Woods followed that by speaking in support. Spoke of some concern around Clause 4 and matters of enforcement, which she and I had discussed separately, as she referenced. I can repeat here that I've already undertaken work quite separate to this bill about how the role of council animal welfare officers interfaces with the PSNI welfare and wildlife section, for example, and also the DAERA business area of animal welfare based in Ballykelly. So I'm trying to get more clarification about how all those groups of people interface, how they react, how they provide service across our areas, including our council areas, and how, if we can, make that better. So if Rachel Woods is committing to take some of these matters forward to the Justice Committee, and I welcome that, I should probably clarify that some of the work that I've undertaken may well end up at the DAERA Committee also. Finally, Claire Sugden spoke in support of the bill, referenced some of the complications faced during her previous time as Justice Minister, and referenced the need also to have further conversations. I haven't left Mr Alistair out. I'll come to him in a moment. I am happy, Deputy Speaker, to give Claire Sugden the assurance that those conversations will take place, I've said before committee, or with parties or with individuals, more than. And I hope I can give Mr Alistair the assurance, and he spoke before her, that there is no double speak or double standard in my position, or hoping to do that, or pledging to do that. I cannot be sure of Mr Alistair's capacity for compromise and flexibility, but I can assure him of my willingness to seek to do that if it achieves the overall aim, or a portion of the aim, or most of the aim, which is in the interest of animal welfare in this regard. Yes, absolutely.
The member indicates that he would anticipate putting the word willing before participate in a hunt. Could I suggest to him that that solves nothing? Because in 6.3, the participation is not in the hunt. The participation is in the activity from which the dog then hunts. So mere willing participation does nothing to diminish the problem. The problem that the member has with this is that deliberately he sought to make it a strict liability offence. And unless he relinquishes that, then he is not going to make amends on this. And if he is relinquishing that, then the proper thing to do, since that is the cornerstone of the bill, is to withdraw the bill and come back with one that doesn't have that cornerstone.
Yes, of course.
That what has characterised this debate throughout much of this debate has been an obsessive focus on technical issues, and that's part of our job, of course, but at its core, those who are pursuing that route simply want hunting to continue, and it can't.
Deputy Speaker, I'll respond to both interventions and thank the members both for them. Look, I am, of course, prepared to listen to the points put forward by Mr Allister also, but Mr Stalford made a very valid point. Ultimately, there is a clear difference between those who support the continued practice of hunting with dogs, where dogs are used for the kill, and those who don't. And I'm sure members have guessed I am one of those who don't. Yes, of course, briefly.
I thank the member for giving way, and I appreciate the positive sense in which he has engaged with us in this debate today. On the particular clause 2 in trail hunting, and I know the member will know and he can clarify because he's the bill sponsor, that this bill seeks to make illegal trail hunting but not drag hunting. That's my understanding. So the member could perhaps define to the House what those 2 points are, because there's some in the House that didn't know that whenever they spoke earlier. But on that point, how would the police therefore differentiate in the two? Have you given any thought to that?
Well, there would be evidence, Deputy Speaker, because there are differences in the scent used between the various types of hunts, drag hunting, clean boot hunting and trail hunting. But I'll go back to a point made earlier. Trail hunting was created to overcome the ban on hunting wild mammals with dogs in other jurisdictions, and we have seen, as demonstrated in recent legal actions that, and outcomes in the court in Westminster, that it was clearly exploited to overcome illegal hunting, and a loophole had been created. So there are differences there. All are practiced. The clean boot hunting and drag hunting are not included because they have been proven to be less lethal, much fewer reports, much less coverage of any incidents, and therein I draw the distinction. Deputy Speaker, some members following the or during their contributions may have gone off the scent a bit. I've waited all day to say that. It feels like all day. Raising concern that the dog walkers from returning that could be criminalised if the bill was passed. That is not the intent. I did refer to this earlier, but given the nature of the issue, I think it warrants a few additional comments. The issues around badgers and existing legislation I have covered. Interpretation of the bill and further conversations I have also covered. But I am keen to look again at that, engage with members, and for party members and independent members who want to make clear, I reached out to all parties before today. I'll do the same after today, and I'm happy to be approached at any point. Deputy Speaker, more than anything, I want to reassure members that I am happy for this issue and other issues to be given further scrutiny at committee, and there may well be additional issues brought forward following today's debate. And I'll be of any assistance I can in relation to members' concern. I also want to repeat my commitment that the bill currently is as intended. I've heard the thin edge of the wedge conversations and points raised previously. I think they were done with no ill intent, but I want to make it clear that I do not wish to add to this bill in relation to any other form of country sport. So with that in mind, and the chance for change in the interest of animal welfare and to address public concern, I appeal to members to support the bill at this stage and to allow that further scrutiny, including the discussion of concerns raised by members. Though finally, and in particular, I appeal on the floor of this House to Sinn Féin to make good on their party commitment made by their party president, Mary Lou MacDonald, in February 2020, when she told animal welfare charities in Ireland that at the next opportunity to vote for a ban on fox hunting, they would do it if they could. That opportunity is here. This is the time, in the limited time of this mandate, to seize the opportunity and not to seek reasons for equivocation. In addition to that, I'll give way very briefly on that point.
Thank the member for giving way. Is the member suggesting that maybe not only are Sinn Féin not opposed to hunting with hounds, but neither are they averse to running with hares?
I'm not going to seek, Deputy Speaker, to be any more mischievous than I already have been. But in addition to the point and the intervention made by the member, I would like the members referred to consider an additional factor. If this bill succeeds at this time, it is easier to pick up on this bill in the new mandate referred to earlier by Mr McAleer. If the bill fails at this stage, it is more difficult to pick up in the new mandate. I would ask them and all members to consider that with voting and find the support for the bill that I sought earlier. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Members, the question is that the second stage of the Hunting of Wild Mammals Bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put again in 3 minutes. I would remind you that we should continue to uphold social distancing and that members who have proxy voting arrangements in place should not come into the chamber. Order, members. I would ask members to resume their seats, please. Before I put the question, I again remind members that, if possible, it would be preferable if we could avoid a division. The question is that the second stage of the Hunting of Wild Mammal Bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Do we have tellers? Order members, the following tellers have been appointed. Tellers for the ayes, Chris Little and Paula Bradshaw. Tellers for the noes, Cathal Boylan and Harry Harvey. Before the Assembly decide, I want to remind you that as per Standing Order 112, the Assembly currently has proxy voting arrangements in place. Members who have authorised another member to vote on their behalf are not entitled to vote in person and should not enter the lobbies. I remind all members of the requirement for social distancing while the division takes place. I ask that you ensure that you retain at least a 2-metre gap between yourself and other people while moving around in the chamber or the rotunda, and especially in the lobbies. Please be patient at all times, observe the signage and follow the instructions of the lobby clerks. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Order. Would members resume their seats, please? Clerk, please read the result.
83 members voted, 38 members voted aye, 45 members voted no. The motion is negatived.
The motion is negatived. The motion is negatised. Unfasten the doors. The second stage of the Hunting of Wild Mammals Bill is not agreed. The bill falls. Turn now to item 7 on the order paper, the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned.